Happy Halloween, everyone. Welcome to the October 31st, 2024 Fresno City Council meeting. The time is 9:05 a.m. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Maxwell will be absent today. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Carbasi.
Present.
And Council President Perea.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, City Clerk. Next is the invocation, which will be given by Michael Loera with the Youth Adult Pastor of Family Christian Assembly. And then that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld. Will everyone please stand?
Families, bless their ministries and bless everything that they are here representing today. I want to lift up all the council members today as they delegate and conduct business today. Bless them, give them peace, give them comfort, and give them confidence in decisions they're going to be making. Bless everyone here in this room today and show us your presence. Amen.
City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from today's agenda?
Yes, we do have a few changes. First, I'd like to announce we have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom. And we also have in-house Spanish translators that will quickly let the audience know their services.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jael. This is my colleague Maria. We're from Focus Interpreting, and we'll be your Spanish interpreters in-house today. If you're in need of any assistance and interpretation services, please look for us. We're towards the back of the auditorium. We have headsets for you, and we're more than happy to help. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María, mi colega Jael. Somos intérpretes de español de Focus Interpreting. Y estamos aquí por si alguien requiere asistencia en interpretación en español. Estamos en la parte posterior del auditorio. Gracias.
Thank you. And corrections to be read into the record. For consent calendar item 2BB, that is file ID 24-1382, regarding actions pertaining to final map of tract 6379. Language in the legend of sheets 4 and 5 of subdivision map tract number 6379 has been updated. The text next to the triangle with the circle inside now reads as follows. Previously dedicated to the City of Fresno as an easement for public street and public utility purposes per deed recorded, blank space, 2024 as document number 2024-blank space, ORFC. Items removed from today's agenda include scheduled item 9:10 a.m., that is file ID 24-1411, regarding the hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding City of Fresno Community Facilities District Number 9, annexation number 63. That item is being moved to the November 7th meeting at 9:10 a.m. I do know your notes say the 21st, but it's actually moving to November 7th at 9:10 a.m. Next up, we have consent calendar item 2E, that is file ID 24-1435, regarding the grant agreement with Lighthouse for Children, Inc., to support a partnership with Dollywood Foundation for the Immigration Library Program. This item is being moved to the November 21st meeting by staff and District 4. Those are all the changes I have to the agenda.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? Councilmember Arias?
Not at this time, thank you.
Councilmember Chavez? Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes. I would like to remove 2V as in Victor, If I'm going to register a no vote, should we do that now or at the time of the consent?
Either.
I'll do it at the time of consent.
Okay.
And I need to recuse myself on 2H, as in Harry, due to stock that I owned, and it's related to the item. So I will recuse on 2H.
Excuse me, on 2V, was that removed from the agenda, or you're just registering a no vote?
No, to bring back for discussion.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Wasn't clear.
2V as in Victor will be moved to contested consent.
Yes. And 2H, I will recuse myself.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Esparza? Council Vice President?
None, Madam President. Thank you.
And I have none as well. So can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So move.
I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Esparza. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 6-0. Okay, we're going to start with our ceremonial presentations. I had a request for the proclamation of the Fresno Police Department SWAT Team's 50th anniversary to go first.
Come on, Georgette. The seven dwarfs are
I
waiting.
told them that I would change my clothes before I did that proclamation. Come on, you guys, gonna make me go down there like this.
On behalf of the seven
punishing me.
dwarfs, please proceed, City Manager.
I think it's perfect.
I think so too.
Now, the SWAT guys may not feel the same way, but if I could have,
My husband said, you've lost your mind. I think he was right.
yes, if I could have all of our elite SWAT members come to the front. I don't know who's Lieutenant Madrigal. What's up, brother? How are you doing? Good. What's up, brother? How you doing? Say, man. Let's face. Rudy, how you doing, brother? Or Dale. Good. How you doing, sir? Good. How about you?
Mayor, can we make sure we get a good photo of the City Manager?
For sure. Doctor, how you doing? Sir, how you doing? Good, Zeke. How you doing? Sir. All right, bro. Yeah, let's even it out. If we can get half of you guys on this side, half on the other.
I deserve it. I deserve it.
Georgianne's going to try to hide behind somebody, I know.
Front and
Come on
center,
in, squeeze in
Georgianne.
there. Come on
The
over,
seven
Rudy.
dwarfs requested front and center.
Well, it is my honor today as the mayor of this city to be able to stand up here with this elite group of individuals, and I do mean elite, because when you become a SWAT member, you are elite. And we recruit the best of the best into our SWAT team. And what you are seeing here are the best of the best. Very special people. They're specially trained with special equipment because they have to perform a task out there that others, quite frankly, do not want to. And they're dealing with the worst of the worst, oftentimes a hostage situation, a barricaded gunman, people that are defiant, people that refuse to go peacefully. And it's this team that we as the people of Fresno rely on to go out and to bring calm to a situation. And I can speak firsthand after serving as a SWAT supervisor on this team for many years. The training and the tactics that they utilize are second to none. In fact, when I was a police chief and I would get in a call in the middle of the night that we had a SWAT call, I could go right back to sleep because I knew things are going to turn out the right way in the morning. And I just want to turn and say thank you to each and every one of you for what you do day in and day out, for the sacrifices that you guys make to keep the people of Fresno safe. And I know you put your life on the line, and it does not go unnoticed by me or by this city council or by the people of Fresno. So thank you, and I want everyone to give them a round of applause, please. It's unfortunate that it took a tragedy for the city of Fresno and the Fresno Police Department to form this SWAT team, but it was a result of a death of Sergeant Mosqueda in the city of Fresno many years ago, back in the early 70s. And as a result of that, this department SWAT team was formed. And it is second to none. I know that to be true, second to none. So thank you guys for that. And then, you know, our city manager went out here a couple of weeks ago, I think it was, she thought she was going to train with them or fire some weapons. And I didn't know she was doing it until she came in with a big bruise and swelling on the forehead from shooting the sniper rifle. So that's the last time she will go out there and train with our SWAT team, I promise you. But the reason we're here today recognizing is this is the 50th anniversary for the formation of SWAT in the city of Fresno. And that's why we're here today, and that's why we're declaring this day a special day in Fresno. Georgianne?
Well, I don't know that I need to call any more attention to myself. But yeah, I had the opportunity to go out a couple weeks ago, and as the mayor said, these are the best of the best that Fresno Police has to offer. Very, very highly trained, well-trained individuals. And I know that our city is well served by these folks. So I want to thank all of you for hosting me. And it was a good day. It was fun. I learned a lot. So thank you. And I think with that, should we have the clerk read the proclamation? Sure. Todd?
Whereas in 1968, the Los Angeles Police Department pioneered the Special Weapons and Tactics, SWAT, concept, establishing specialized teams to address high-risk situations, ensuring the safety of officers and the community. And whereas the tragic loss of Fresno Police Sergeant Sal Mosqueda in August 1973 underscored the critical need for a dedicated tactical unit within the Fresno Police Department. And whereas the Fresno Police Department took decisive action by participating in the FBI National Academy Training Program, helping establish the Fresno Police SWAT Team on July 1st, 1974. And whereas the Fresno Police SWAT Team has since evolved into a highly trained and specialized unit consisting of 2 lieutenants, 4 sergeants, and 25 police officer operators dedicated to saving lives and providing tactical support in critical incidents. And whereas the team diligently trains 20 hours each month to maintain operational readiness, focusing on expanding their skill sets and various disciplines, including de-escalation, mental health, and crisis communication. The collaboration between the SWAT team and the crisis negotiation team exemplifies a commitment to peaceful resolutions, prioritizing the safety of all involved. And whereas the auxiliary support team plays a vital role, ensuring the SWAT team is equipped and ready to respond to any situation, further enhancing the operational capabilities of the unit. And whereas, as we commemorate the 50th anniversary of Fresno Police SWAT Team, we honor their unwavering dedication, professionalism, and discipline in serving and protecting the citizens of Fresno, making our community a safer place. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim October 31st, 2024 to be Fresno Police Department SWAT Team Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you very much, Clerk. And I'm going to have the Lieutenant Dave Madrigal say a few words. Last time I stood with him at a podium at a press conference, he said some things that, anyway, let's try not to do that one again.
Yeah, hopefully, Mr. Mayor, I've come a long way since then. So, council members, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Manager. Thank you very much. This is it's a great honor to receive this. I just want to let everybody know this team, they pride themselves. We pride ourselves on hard training, the team camaraderie, but most of all, it comes down to protecting the citizens of Fresno. That's why we do it. That's why we put our lives on the line. That is the calling of this team and the reason why we do this. It's to protect others. We are a life-saving team, and we take that very seriously. So again, this is a great honor. Thank you for recognizing us. Thank you for recognizing the Fresno Police Department SWAT team for the 50th year anniversary. There's a lot of history that goes in behind that, and it's just an honor to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. Say again.
Since you guys are up there, we'll go ahead and move on to the proclamation for Disability Awareness Month. This one is sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
Come on up front. Thank you very, very much. We're honored today to be able to celebrate the Disability Awareness Month in the city of Fresno. You know, oftentimes I think folks overlook some things that they're just not, quite frankly, aware of. And it is so important for all of us to be aware that there are certain folks out there with disabilities, and those folks are deserving of the same opportunities as anyone else. And it is really a lack of awareness, I think, at times that causes us to overlook those particular needs. I can tell you my daughter is a special needs teacher in the Fresno Unified School District and has been for many, many years. And when she was at Adicott School, I would go over there and visit, and it was amazing, you know, what I would see, what she dealt with every single day. And when I asked her the question, how do you deal with this every single day? She said, God doesn't let me see their disability. And I wish that would be all of us in this world, that we wouldn't be able to see the disabilities, that we would just treat each other with love and respect and honor and give everyone the same opportunity regardless of whether or not somebody has a disability. So it is my honor today to be able to present this proclamation to you, and I'll give you an opportunity to speak as well before we actually do the reading of the proclamation.
First of all, I want to take this opportunity to thank you, Mayor Dyer, and the committee and the audience for the opportunity to recognize the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Service Center. This is really important to us because we've been in service for 40 years for the community, and just like you said, oftentimes it's not visible. Many people don't recognize a person who's deaf or hard of hearing, or maybe late deafness, or someone in their family who has some kind of hearing loss. And we all care for it, the staff, we work hard, we go above and beyond to provide the services to our community, and we want to thank you for recognizing us and the services we provide. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Clerk?
Whereas the Americans with Disability Act is a civil rights law that prohibits discrimination against individuals with disabilities in all areas of public life, including jobs, schools, transportation, and all public and private places that are open to the general public. And whereas National Disability Awareness Month dates to 1945, when Congress established the first week of October as a time to focus on hiring disabled individuals. Each year since, the President has proclaimed October as a month to promote the employment of individuals with disabilities. This year's theme is Access to Good Jobs for All. And whereas the nation is stronger when every American has the opportunity to contribute to the economy. In this year's annual proclamation on National Disability Awareness Month, the President urged all Americans to embrace the talents and skills of workers with disabilities and to promote the right to equal employment opportunity for all. Whereas 17% of Fresno residents and 50% of residents over the age of 65 have one or more disabilities. And whereas attitudinal barriers can hinder people with disabilities from being fully integrated into community life. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes that people with disabilities are an appreciated community resource that should not be overlooked or underutilized. And whereas the City of Fresno's Disability Advisory Commission serves all residents by providing guidance on a wide range of disability-related issues, and through its annual Achievements Award, recognizes individuals who have improved the quality of life for disabled persons in Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and members of Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim October 2024 to be Disability Awareness Month in the City of Fresno.
Thank you. And we also have some plaques to give out, right, Joe?
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. And as we already know, the Deaf and Hard of Hearing Center of Fresno won the organizational award from the Disability Advisory Commission. And here is the plaque commending that. And it worked out really well here for us here for the Disability Advisory Commission, that not only the organization that won the award, but also Shelley Stout from the DHSC also won the award. And let me just provide a couple comments. Let me pull it up on the work that she does. So Shelley is a leader in reducing the number of parents who have children with deaf and hard of hearing. There was a crazy stat that I found that over 70% of parents that have a deaf and hard of hearing child actually do not speak ASL. So imagine that, deaf and hard of hearing children, 7% of parents are unable to communicate with their children. And Shelley founded a program called ROCK, Reaching Out for and Communicating with Our Kids. It's a program that's free in-home for families with children that are deaf and hard of hearing. She's also a champion of advocacy and participates in IEPs with families while also doing courtroom advocacy. She also assists with the organization of the Holiday Luncheon, Love and Literacy event, and the Valley Deaf Festival. I want to take a chance right now to encourage everyone to attend the Valley Deaf Festival on 11/16 at the fairgrounds in the Junior Exhibit Hall. In her nomination support letter, she was celebrated for being tireless, an amazing advocate, selfless, and inspirational. Please help me in celebrating Shelley Stout. She wants to say something.
Thank you. I'm humble and honored to be here to accept this award. I do need to admit, when I received the news from Joe through email, I had to read it 3 times over and over and over. And then I had to go up to Michelle and I said, hey, I'm really shocked. Is this true? I'm really honored and I'm touched. I just want to share a short story. I had moved here into the Central Valley from Southern California. I grew up in Hanford, and then we moved to Southern California for many years, and then came back to the Central Valley, and I had 2 teenagers at this time. And I decided to go back to school, and I was also working part-time to support my family. And then I went ahead and I started volunteering at DHHSC, and that's kind of where everything started. And when a position opened up in 2008, 16 years ago, they offered me full-time. And I remember, I have kids. I had to turn it down. I couldn't take a full-time position. It didn't fit my schedule. But they were willing to work with me and adjust to fit my schedule and my time and my needs. And I went ahead and I took the position. And I worked there, and then again, they offered me a full-time position, and I had to turn it down again. I still have kids that I'm taking care of, so they waited until my kids finished high school. After my son graduated high school, they immediately offered me a full-time position, and this time I took it. And then I moved to the Fresno headquarters office a year later, and I've been working there ever since, and I love my job. I love working with the families I work with. That's really my passion, because I was born deaf. I didn't learn sign language until I was 7. My mom learned sign language when I was 7 as well. We were learning it at the same time. And I see how difficult it is for parents to communicate with their children. I'm seeing it, throughout my childhood, growing up. And I've always known ever since I was a child that I wanted to work with people. What do I want to work at? I don't know, just with people. And DHHC is what I found, and that's the one thing that I love about working there. It's really amazing. DHHC really supports staff who has families. They make sure family comes first, and that's something that I really appreciate. And I do want to take a moment to say thanks to the people who are important to me. Well, first, I want to thank God for leading my life. He gave me this job. And second, I want to thank my family, my parents, my children for their ongoing support and believing in me. And lastly, DHHC for their ongoing support all throughout the years. And all the team efforts, the team, my coworkers, Michelle, Jesse, Lewis, and Harvey, Bradley, my boss, and all of the DHHC staff. It's a really great team. It's not just me, it's my whole team as well working together to make this happen. I want to thank the deaf community as well, and Robin Kiefer, who has made this nomination along with Michelle and Jesse as well. They made the recommendation, and I'm really honored. And if it wasn't for them and the community, I wouldn't be here today. So I do have to thank them as well, because we've been serving the community for 40 years. And lastly, I want to thank everyone here, the mayor, the board, the council team, for their vote as well and supporting me as well for this award. And I'm really blessed to get this award. Thank you.
And then the third category that the Disability Advisory Commission gives out an award for is for a City of Fresno employee. And that City of Fresno employee is Melissa Avakian. Come on up. I'm the ADA coordinator, by the way, here for the City of Fresno and Public Works, and I get to work with Melissa every day, and I can't sing her praises enough. She's currently the manager of engineering services and is responsible for infrastructure and the right-of-way, includes our sidewalks, curb ramps, and crosswalks. Before her promotion, she was chief engineering technician. Part of her duties were ensuring the temporary routes were completely accessible. The nominees were the two actually assistant directors in the Public Works, Harmon and Jill, and a support letter from Luis Maya. And they spoke about her diligence, her hands-on approach, her passion for the work, as well as holding contractors and her coworkers accountable. Melissa always meets the minimum standards, but always prioritizes doing the right thing for the residents of Fresno, even when that means exceeding the minimum standards. Melissa is a torchbearer for ADA compliance in Public Works. Help me celebrate Melissa today. Thanks.
All right, well, let's give them another round of applause, all of them, please. Thank you very, very much, and thank you all for what you do. Okay. Did you, yeah, he read it earlier.
Okay, the next proclamation then is going to be a proclamation honoring Joy Goto, the new honorary consul of Japan in Fresno. This one is sponsored by the Office of the Mayor and City Manager and Councilmember Esparza. Before you get started, Mayor, I was asked to remind everyone that if you do have a sign that is in excess of 8.5 by 11, you will have to go to the back of the chambers. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone. It's my pleasure to be here today as we celebrate an outstanding individual, Dr. Joy Goto, who was appointed as the new honorary consul of Japan. Just this, was it early this summer? April, or early this spring. Time flies. This prestigious role is a testament to her unwavering dedication to fostering international relations and cultural exchange. As honorary consul, Dr. Goto will be a vital link between our community and Japan, promoting mutual understanding and collaboration. Her position will also enhance the existing ties, very strong ties, and open new avenues for partnership with the country. She has been an integral part of our community for many years, working tirelessly to promote cultural awareness and education. And I think it's clear that her commitment to bridging cultures has enriched our city and inspired many others to also embrace the diversity within our community. And so, you know, in this position, in this capacity, we look forward to her leadership, strengthening economic ties between Fresno and Japan. This collaboration, I think, can lead to new business opportunities, job creation, and investment in our local economy. And, you know, I think this year, I mean, just to highlight, this year the mayor and I traveled to Japan along with a couple of our council colleagues, and we did not make it out to our sister city out there, to Kochi, but we hope to in the very, very near future as well. So, you know, we're committed to doing our part here at City Hall. We appreciate your work and you know, your capacity in this role. You know, the proclamation is you know, really not just about, again, the one individual, although it is, but it celebrates our commitment to diversity and inclusivity here in Fresno. So you embody these values, and we're proud to have you represent us in this vital role. So please join me in congratulating Dr. Joy Goto on this very well-deserved honor. We look forward to her positive impact on our community.
Thank you, Dr. Goto. It is my honor also to be able to sponsor this proclamation along with Councilmember Esparza. And I want to say to you, thank you for serving in this capacity, but also thank you for your father's service to our country during the Korean War. And, you know, as Councilmember Esparza said, we had the opportunity to travel to Japan this last year for a high-speed rail trip, and a number of other things we looked at in terms of economic development. But one of the things that I found out about Japan is the incredible culture that is there, and people that are so humble, so peaceful, so accommodating and loving and generous, and how clean every city we went to was. That you could not find a piece of trash anywhere in Japan, and so it is, or a garbage can for that matter. So it is our honor to be able to recognize you in this capacity, and we look forward to working with you and look forward to bettering the relationship that we have with Kochi, Japan, our sister city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. Thank you to the council members. It's my honor to serve as the Honorary Consul of Japan in Fresno. And to me, it's a role that is really being a servant leader, to share the culture of Japan. I've only actually been to Japan 4 times, but as the mayor will probably say in the proclamation, my mother is from Japan. My father was born in Guadalupe, California. So I am a child of both an immigrant and a second-generation Japanese American. And my role is really to share the culture, share opportunities that exist in Japan with the city of Fresno and the Central Valley. It's really my pleasure to do that, and I hope to live up to that title. I want to thank the Consul General of Japan in San Francisco, Yo Asumi, for nominating and supporting me. The Honorary Dale Ikeda, who's the previous Honorary Consul of Japan in Fresno, as well as the U.S. government and the Japan government for supporting my title and my role. So I hope to live up to that, but thank you very much.
Could you read the proclamation, please?
Gladly. Whereas on October 8th, 2024, Dr. Joy J. Goto was appointed the new Honorary Consul of Japan in Fresno, succeeding retired Judge Dale Akita, who was the first to serve in the position, which was created in 2018. And whereas Dr. Goto is a Fresno native graduating from Edison High School, her father was a second-generation Japanese-American born in Central California coastal town of Guadalupe. As a 12-year-old during World War II, he spent time in the Japanese-American incarceration campus of Gila River and Tule Lake, and later served in the U.S. Army during the Korean War. Her mother was a native of Japan and experienced the atomic bombing of Hiroshima, living about 10 miles from the epicenter. And whereas Dr. Goto subsequently earned a BS in chemistry from UC Davis and a PhD in chemistry from UCLA. She did postdoctoral work at Harvard Medical School with focus on Alzheimer's disease. With extensive experience in bioorganic chemistry and neuroscience, Dr. Goto has an expertise in neurodegenerative diseases, oxidative stress, and mental homeostasis. And whereas in 2007, she returned home to be a chemistry professor at Fresno State and currently serves as the interim dean in the Division Research of Graduate Studies, where she leads a division of about 25 staff members. And whereas Dr. Goto has long been active in Fresno's Japanese community, in her new role will continue building connections between the city of Fresno and Japan, including our sister city, Kochi. And whereas a Fresno success story, Dr. Goto is another in a long line of local residents who have made positive contributions to society. We welcome her as the newest honorary consul of Japan in Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and members of the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim Thursday, October 31st, 2024 to be Dr. Joy J. Goto Day in the city of Fresno.
Congratulations. Up next, we have the proclamation for Manufacturing Month that is sponsored by Councilmember Esparza and myself.
While the council president makes her way down here, I'll ask our friends from the San Joaquin Valley Manufacturing Alliance to join us, as well as the Business Council folks, and our friends at CTEC. Come on down as well. Thank you all for joining us this morning. Appreciate you making the trip down to City Hall. Great to have some students with us. I'm sure you're thrilled to be missing just a few first couple periods of school probably. I'm proud to stand before you today as we officially recognize October as Manufacturing Month here in the city of Fresno. It is Manufacturing Month throughout the country, but we thought it important to highlight it specifically here in our community. It's a time to highlight the critical role that manufacturing plays within our local economy, our regional economy, and to hopefully inspire future generations to engage in this very vital field. As we face a significant labor shortage with an estimated 2.1 million unfilled manufacturing jobs by 2030, which is not too far off, even though it feels like it is, we must work together to bridge this gap. In California, around 35% of manufacturing positions remain unfilled, and that statistic, I think, is a call to action for all of us. So manufacturing, at least here, is not just a sector, but it's really one of the backbones of our community, contributing $19.3 billion to our regional gross domestic product, GDP, and employing 115,000 residents here in the Central Valley. And so, as you can see, this industry really is crucial for our economic growth and stability. And yesterday I had the privilege of joining for just a little bit the 9th annual Valley Made Manufacturing Summit just down the street at the convention center, and got to engage with some of the key folks in this sector. We have some of them here today. You'll hear from them. And we invited our friends from CTEC. Great to have you here again with us, John. Career Technical Education Charter High School. Proud gem of District 7, actually. Right. Yeah, within District 7 in Central Fresno. So it's great to be here with you all. It's great to be here to proclaim Manufacturing Month here in the city of Fresno. I am going to pass it on, before we hand off the mic to our guests, I want to pass it on to the council president. I think she has a few words to say as well.
Thank you, council member, and you relayed a lot of good, important data points, but I'll add one more, and that's here in the city of Fresno, manufacturing comprises of about 27,000 jobs in our city limits. And so when we champion manufacturing, we are championing economic resiliency in our city. And so that just, I just wanted to strive to really get through to people the importance of this industry here for our local economy. And it's a growing economy. It's a growing industry. And so it's important that we keep up with the growth and the talent to make sure that we have our youth, we're bringing them up the ladder and that they're going to be hopefully working for you guys someday. But I appreciate the education in this. I appreciate the CTEC and everything you're doing. We have our president of Fresno City College here as well, and I want to stress the importance of the role our local community college district plays too in producing the talent that it takes to fill these really important, crucial jobs for our city. So thank you for allowing me to be a co-sponsor of this, and I'm going to pass the mic on now to Mr. Mike Betts.
Annalisa Nelson, we couldn't be more honored. This means a lot to our manufacturing community to be recognized by our city and highlighting the importance of the jobs that we create. In addition to the 27,000 jobs that are direct manufacturing jobs, we create somewhere between 3 and 5 more jobs on top of that within this community. So think about accountancy, marketing, you name it, trucking, a very large piece of this economy. And we do our work every day with pride and enthusiasm and a love for the city of Fresno. So we really appreciate this. We have worked tirelessly to be a good community servant, stewards of this community, working with our key education partners, our students that are interning in our business, becoming employees of our companies. We're most proud of what we call the ecosystem, the career technical ed ecosystem in Fresno, California, being the best career tech ecosystem in California by far, but possibly the United States. Yesterday at the summit, Matt, our keynote, said he travels all over the country and he's never seen a place like Fresno where we all work together and create opportunities for our youth. So thank you. And I'd like to introduce Mario Periscone of P&M Company, who is our chair of the San Joaquin Valley Manufacturing Alliance.
Thank you, Mike. I just want to thank the city of Fresno. Esparza, thank you for everything you've done. October is an important month for our organization and for all of manufacturing, but I just want to touch on how important it is that we continue to bridge the gaps between industry and education. CTEC has been a great partner of the SJVMA. The students that we are getting from the programs are amazing. They energize 20-year veterans within our trade. These kids are coming out of school and they're able to design wheelchairs, they're able to design automation carts. It is truly amazing. So none of this would happen for the SJVMA if we did not have the continued support from the city, and that doesn't go unnoticed. So we really appreciate the city for everything they do. We appreciate the education sector and everything. They're listening to the industry and what we need. It is a fantastic partnership we have in Fresno, and so thank you again.
Also want to provide John Delano an opportunity. He leads CTEC High School. Just to say a few words.
Councilmember Esparza, I got to thank you because it was 8 years ago when you were on the Fresno County Board of Education that you were part of this vision. And to be where we are now is one of the most exciting things for us and our students because we now have the opportunity to take our students and get them employed by manufacturing companies. We are at 60% of our graduating class that are being hired by the manufacturing community, which is an outstanding number that is hard to be seen anywhere in California or even in the nation, to have a graduating class that is being employed and ready with the skills to be able to do what manufacturing is asking us to do. And I can't thank our manufacturing partners enough in the city of Fresno with the support that they've provided us to be able to provide those individuals to mentor and to support our kids so that they are confident enough to go out into industry and be able to fulfill the needs that they have. So thank you, the city of Fresno. Thank you, Councilmember Esparza. Thank you very much for everything that you guys have done.
Thank you, John. Well, very well said. You take a look at everything that everyone in our community, the role everyone plays, and whether it's in education, in the actual industry, here in government, private sector. You think about what are we doing all of this for? And it's because we want to have a healthy, thriving society where folks, have thriving businesses and employ people, and just having a thriving society, right? And we've sort of worked backwards from that goal and that outcome. And everyone's playing their role. So let's give our guests here another round of applause. And clerk, would you go ahead and read the proclamation?
Gladly. Whereas October has been officially designated as National Manufacturing Month to shine a spotlight on American industry, offering invaluable educational opportunities that inspire students, parents, and educators to engage with and support the manufacturing field. And whereas manufacturing continues to see a wide labor shortage, with the Manufacturing Institute estimating United States manufacturing will have 2.1 million unfilled jobs by 2030, despite an 11% increase in manufacturing establishments between the first quarter of 2019 and the second quarter of 2023. In California alone, we experience a significant labor deficit, with approximately 35% of available manufacturing positions going unfilled. And whereas manufacturing plays a crucial role in the economy of the Central Valley, contributing a remarkable $19.3 billion to the regional GDP each year, this vibrant sector employs 115,000 residents across the valley, with over 27,000 dedicated individuals working right here in Fresno. And whereas Manufacturing Month provides an exceptional opportunity to elevate awareness of the importance of manufacturing, not only for our nation as a whole, but particularly for our community in Fresno. It promotes job growth, fosters skills development, and enhances upward mobility as we strive for a more robust local economy. And whereas it is important to highlight the collaboration between local governments, business, educational institutions, labor unions, and community members to build a future skilled workforce that is adept at meeting the evolving needs of manufacturing industry. And whereas during Manufacturing Month, the City of Fresno extends its heartfelt gratitude to the leaders and workers of our manufacturing industry. Their unwavering dedication and hard work contribute immensely to the strength and resilience of our local economy, crafting quality, made-in-America products that we proudly stand behind. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Councilmember Nelson Esparza, Council President Annalisa Perea, and Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 to be Manufacturing Month in the City of Fresno.
Last but not least, we have our Red Ribbon Week proclamation. Can I ask the Youth Leadership Institute to join me up here? So as they're coming up, I just want to mention that this proclamation serves as both a call to action and a pledge, really a reminder of the ongoing fight that we have right now with our youth community when it comes to substance and alcohol misuse. This affects every corner of our city, and these numbers were really staggering when I learned about this, but nearly a third of our 9th graders and almost half of our 11th graders have reported using these substances in their lifetimes. That's nearly a third of our 9th graders and almost half of our 11th graders have reported alcohol or substance misuse. And so let this be a wake-up call for all of us, and I know this is Red Ribbon Week, But this work is ongoing 365 days a week because it's important, 365 days a year, because it's important that we do everything possible to increase awareness, to raise educational standards within our young people, to make sure that we are doing everything possible to break the cycle. Here with me today is Emily from Youth Leadership Institute to provide a little bit more information. And we have quite a few people up here today from the organization as well. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Emily Rivas. I am Director of Fresno County Programs with Youth Leadership Institute. I want to start by thanking Council President Annalisa Perea, as well as the rest of the council members. We are an organization that is youth-led. We really focus on youth voice and making sure that young people have a seat at the table with every decision that we're making alongside them. When it comes to Red Ribbon Week, you're absolutely correct. It is a 365-day job. It's not something that's just a week. However, this week we do want to recognize the work that our young people do in Fresno. We have young people here from Sunnyside High School, from Central East High School, as well as one member from Kerman High School. And these young people have worked tirelessly this entire week to make sure that there is events for their peers to be able to have a safe space to go, as well as create positive social norms to create systems change within their schools. We are incredibly honored to be here and to recognize Red Ribbon Week and the work that our staff members and our young people do day in and day out. Thank you.
All right, thank you again, everyone, for being here, and let's continue to fight the good fight to raise awareness and to decrease the misuse of alcohol and substance abuse in our young community. City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Certainly. Whereas Red Ribbon Week serves as an important reminder for the Fresno community to unite in promoting drug and alcohol awareness and advocating for prevention efforts that support youth and families. And whereas statistics underscore the importance of the mission, nearly 50% of Fresno County High School students report recent alcohol use, compared to a statewide average of 33%. Additionally, 50% of Fresno's 9th grade students report easy access to marijuana, with binge drinking rates among 7th and 9th graders slightly surpassing California's average. And whereas the need for early education is emphasized by alarming rates of substance abuse initiation in Fresno, where the average age of first-time drug or alcohol use is between 12 and 14 years old. Youth treatment admissions for marijuana and alcohol use continue to increase, highlighting the need for effective education to prevent lifelong substance misuse. And whereas, through the leadership of Council President Annalisa Perea, the City of Fresno has taken a proactive role in public health and safety, becoming the first city in California to pass an ordinance requiring restaurants, bars, and nightclubs serving alcohol to provide access to naloxone hydrochloride, nasal spray, commonly known as Narcan, a vital medication in the fight against opioid overdoses within Central California. And whereas the National Family Partnership in sponsoring the National Red Ribbon Campaign, providing citizens an opportunity to demonstrate their commitment to drug and alcohol-free lifestyles, such as the non-use of illegal drugs and the non-use of legal drugs being consumed illegally. And whereas through initiatives like Red Ribbon Week, Fresno schools, families, and local organizations play a critical role in equipping young people with knowledge and confidence to make healthy, informed choices. And whereas we encourage all citizens, particularly our youth, to recognize the importance of substance abuse prevention and to actively contribute to fostering a healthy drug and alcohol-free community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Council President Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim October 23rd through October 30th as Red Ribbon Week in the City of Fresno.
Alrighty, next we're going to move to council member reports and comments. We're going to start with District 3. Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. A quick thank you to the residents of West Fresno who joined us this past weekend in painting the historic pedestrian light posts on Kearney Boulevard. Our office is investing $100,000 to restore and repair the historic Kearney signage, and this would help spruce up the area. Additional thank you for the police department, who I understand has arrested the arsonist that had turned on several dumpster fires in downtown Fresno and Chinatown. Appreciate that help. And lastly, I want to take a point of privilege, Council Vice President, to address a recent incident in which one of our county supervisors engaged in inappropriate behavior and exposed one of our assistant city managers to a hostile work environment by yelling and screaming at our employee, in his words, to send a quote-unquote message to this body. My message to that supervisor is, if you want to send a message to us, you know how to get a hold of us, but our professional staff is off limits. And soon enough, in my view, next week, the voters of this city will send a strong message by breaking up the good old boys club at the Board of Supervisors and electing new supervisors that are interested in fixing problems in our city and not simply yelling and screaming at professional staff as a way to get a message through. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. We're moving on to District 5, Councilmember Chavez. I'm sorry, we're going to move on to District 6, Councilmember Redfeld. No comments. District 7, Councilmember Esparza. Cancel that. District 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. I'll be really brief today. Brevity will be our friend this evening. Just wanted to say a couple of words and thank our officers that responded to that call a couple of days ago. As we know, there was a officer that was ambushed. I live about 3 blocks away from the incident, heard the incident, and I just wanted to publicly thank our folks today. We honored our special unit team today, but I want to make sure that I express my gratitude for all the officers involved and pray for a speedy recovery for our officers and make sure that our other officers involved are receiving the help and support that they need. With that, thank you, Vice President.
Thank you, Council Member. District 7, Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council Vice President. Also want to echo the sentiments of Councilmember Chavez. I know it was a very busy night on Saturday for our police department, just all across the city, but especially with respect to the call that Councilmember Chavez described. I think a lot of folks were concerned. I made sure to call the mayor and the city manager that evening just to check in and see how the officer was doing after being shot at, and glad to hear then and now that he'll make a full recovery. But again, thank you to our police department for your service always, but especially again on nights like Saturday night. This weekend, I had the pleasure of attending the SGU Veterans Reception at the Fresno Center, where we honored the remarkable men, women, and families of the SGU veterans for their courage and commitment to our nation. Their bravery and sacrifice remind us of the true meaning of service, and we're deeply grateful for all they've done. And so that's, I believe, an annual event, and I was glad to join them this year, and I thank them for the invitation. Additionally, last week I had the privilege of attending the graduation ceremony for the 6th cohort of the CVLLA. That's the Central Valley Latino Leadership Academy. It's great to watch these emerging leaders and the skills that they've developed throughout their fellowship, and to engage more deeply in their community and effectively navigate systems as they pursue their different careers. So I want to congratulate all those fellows again on their remarkable achievements. Also want to take a moment to reflect on the incredible success we had at the Manchester Center and through our Fresno trunk or treat that we participated in with them and PD and Manchester and all the different community organizations. It was a great event, great, fun, safe, and festive. And I do want to wish everyone a happy Halloween today, and make sure that everyone stays safe out as we navigate the streets tonight with our children. So that'll be it for me, Council Vice President. Keep it relatively short.
Great. Thank you, Council Member. I'm going to start with a few comments today. Happy Halloween, everyone. As you can see, some of us got the memo and dressed up. I just want to remind folks, drivers, there are going to be trick-or-treaters out there. Please do be careful, and as a parent, just be very vigilant. City Manager, I think that in light of our stunt this morning, we're going to be in for a treat for April Fool's Day 2025. Is that right? So thanks for being a good sport. Regarding trunk or treats, it was really grateful to be able to attend trunk or treat events at both Crott Elementary and Gibson Elementary, and to attend the Literary Festival for Bullard Talent. That was a great event, and thank you to the folks at Fig Garden Village and all the stores that opened up their doors and provided candy to all the kids. Next, we also have Diwali. Today is Diwali, so it is the Hindu Festival of Lights. So to all our Fresnans celebrating this wonderful holiday, we wish you a good one. Please be safe. We might get fireworks on Halloween night. Okay. Oh, Billy, I hope you didn't hear me say that. Number 3, I can't believe no one mentioned it, Dodgers. Congratulations on the win of the Dodgers for you Dodger fans out there. And to the biggest Dodger fan I know, Kevin Mahan, you must be living it up. I never see that man without a Dodger cap. So congratulations. And then also I want to thank directors Scott Mosier and Jennifer Clark for meeting with me over the week. They are a wealth of knowledge, and they're extremely patient. Thank you. I learn something in this job every day, and you guys have been terrific to work with. Speaking of public works, we have ongoing projects. The Marks Avenue project is still moving along. To our crews out there, they're doing a fantastic job, doing their best to keep traffic open and access to the neighborhood, as well as put in a nice, amazing road. And I also want to thank them for doing some more work on the Audubon corridor. There was a lot of landscaping done out there as well, next to the new traffic signal. I did take council president's challenge and did firefighter for a day this year. And I got to tell you, that was, thank you for shaming us into doing it.
I heard you did great and that you're hired.
It was a great experience, and it makes you realize what they really do go through physically, because in that job you can go from 0 to 60 very fast, whether it's a structure fire, medical aid, and it's a lot of work to be able to provide CPR as an individual. And I think you did a great job, Council President, with the auto AED. I forget what they call it, but we got to see one of those in action, and it was very, very useful. It makes that saves lives. So thank you, Council President, for purchasing a few of those for the department. So great job to Fresno Fire and Local 202. Thank you for, I think, Mayor, we're going to do it next year, right? We did it once, okay. Firefighter for a day. And the last thing I want to talk about, which is several of my colleagues brought up, thank you for that, and I know the Mayor's going to talk about it too, is the sergeant who was injured in line of duty. I really appreciate the Mayor for his leadership. I appreciate Chief Casto for her leadership. She gets a lot of calls. That's probably the worst call she wants to get, that an officer has been injured. My future brother-in-law is in his first year as a Fresno police officer. And so while we're very pro-public safety on this council, it just gives you a different perspective. I'm very glad that the sergeant is recovering and doing well, and he's at home now. I really want to thank his family. I know they're enduring a lot, but like all our law enforcement families, they never know what's going to happen, yet they still allow us to be protected by their loved ones. It's a very, very big deal, and it's not something that we take lightly in the city of Fresno. There's a lot of folks to thank, including employee services, providing support to the officers out there. Let's not forget, the person that committed this act against our officer was a murderer. He had just murdered someone. And they followed policy, did everything they had to do to keep the community safe, and we have one less murderer on our streets now. So thank you all for that. I'm glad he's okay, and it's a very tough job. So we wouldn't be safe if it wasn't for the continual work of our law enforcement. And with that, that is my report. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Just another reminder, sir, if your signs are more than 8.5 by 11, they're going to need to either be put on the ground or you're going to have to go to the back of the chambers. This is your second warning. The next warning, I will have to ask you to be removed. All right, so the updates from District 1. We do have quite a bit of infrastructure work going on, it seems, on just about every corner of my district, from road projects to concrete repair. That includes curb, gutter, sidewalk fixes. Just really thankful to the Public Works team for prioritizing the residents of District 1 and to make sure that we are doing everything possible to increase the quality of life for my constituents. And then I have hosted quite a few informational meetings all over my district. We've been meeting with neighbors from west of the 99, neighbors from the Fresno High neighborhood. The topics have ranged anywhere from public safety concerns to wanting to learn more about growth on west of the 99. And so thank you to the planning department for being a part of those meetings, and to our police department for always sending representatives to come to speak to the neighbors. We also hosted a Pumpkins in the Park at Trolley Park, and so this was just one incredible, really nice community-oriented event over in the historical Fresno High District. And lastly, congratulations to our city attorney and code enforcement team for securing the tobacco grant. This is a really vital component of public safety within our city, and so I'm looking forward to the good work that will come from the utilization of this grant funding. Before we kick it off to the mayor, Councilmember Arias, did you have a comment?
Yes, Council President, I just learned from the administration just now that the item 2KK is not necessary since we don't have to transfer funds to complete the project. So with that, I'd like to ask for a motion, make a motion to reconsider the approval of the agenda.
I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Any objection? Item passes 6-0.
Now I'd like to make a motion to remove 2KK from the agenda with no return date.
I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Any objection? Item passes 6-0.
Lastly, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Any objection? Item passes 6-0.
And lastly, for the public record, the project will be completed and it doesn't require any additional council vote as it's under $100,000. So thank you to the administration for making sure that we don't have to transfer these funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor, you're up next.
Thank you, Council President. I also just want to make a brief comment regarding the sergeant that was shot here on Saturday evening, and say thank you to each of the council members. I know all of you reached out in some form or fashion to inquire about the incident and the well-being of the officer. In fact, I know Councilmember Chavez was monitoring the scanner when it happened and had got a hold of me as well. But that was an incredible, heroic effort by a sergeant in the Fresno Police Department, being able to pursue somebody after he had been shot twice, once in each leg, or actually twice in one leg and once in the other. I had the opportunity to visit him in the hospital on Sunday, and it was remarkable to see his attitude and the fact that he was eager to get back to work. And I think that's the type of people we have out there on our streets today. On a lighter note, Saturday we also had, in partnership with the San Francisco SPCA, we had a vaccination clinic over at our animal center. And we had hundreds and hundreds of vehicles that were lined up trying to get in for the free vaccines as sponsored by the SPCA of San Francisco, as well as microchipping. We ultimately ended up doing 750 animals and had to turn a number of people away, so we'll be doing another one of those in the near future. And then lastly, yesterday, we had the opportunity to be at Campus Point for a event highlighting the Hino Oshi restaurant. It's going to be not only the largest restaurant in Fresno, 16,000 square feet with 20 teppanyaki tables, but also may just well be largest in California. Also, a 3150 studio apartment has opened with 57 more housing units. And then the Hyatt House is also in construction, and that will provide additional 138 rooms in that area. So those are some great things happening in Fresno, and certainly an economic benefit to all of us. So thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager.
I forgot what I was going to say, so I have nothing. Thank you.
Can you identify your 7 dwarfs?
I would be happy.
Uh-oh. That was good. That was really good.
Okay, so Council President Perea, bashful. Councilmember Carbasi, Council Vice President Carbasi, happy. Councilmember Arias, grumpy. Councilmember Maxwell, who's not here because he's sneezy. Councilmember Chavez is dopey. Councilmember Bredefeld is Doc, because he is a doctor after all. Councilmember Esparza, who is known to never turn down a nap, is sleepy.
Can I make a motion to make Councilmember Bredefeld Trumpy?
All right, now that we have all that on the record, we're going to move on to scheduled hearings and matters. We're going to start with the first one. That is our 9:10 a.m. hearing to adopt resolutions and an ordinance to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding CFD 9, annexation number 63.
Pardon, Council President. That one actually was a last-minute move to November 7th. I made that announcement. Yeah.
Thank you. We're going to...
Our handout says the 21st, but it's the next meeting to the 7th.
Okay, then that will put us at the 9:25 a.m. item. This is a hearing to adopt a resolution designating a property to the local register of historic resources. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much for hearing this item this morning. The application for designating the property located at 1235 North Arthur Avenue to the local register of historic resources was filed by the property owner in August, and an intensive level of surveys were conducted to determine the eligibility of the property, and the representative of the property owner is in the audience to provide more detailed information. Here's the historic background information. The property at 1235 North Arthur Avenue is in the Tower District of the city of Fresno, sit on the north side of the West Olive Avenue, constructed in early 1900s, a period Fresno experienced rapid expansion of population and economy. In response to it, the city's first planning commission was established in 1916 to manage and guide future development. Arthur Avenue was constructed during the time of 1920s. Most of the bungalows in this area dated from 1910s and 1920s, representing the area's most important form of moderate-cost housing, were constructed to meet the increased demand for housing near the downtown industry center. These homes highlight the modest character of the neighborhoods extending west along the Olive Avenue streetcar line. Miles Humphreys is found to be the first property owner of the house. Notably, he served as the first chairman of Fresno City Planning Commission, holding this position for nearly 20 years. His leadership was instrumental in shaping the city's growth and development. The residence exhibits features of early 20th century craftsman-style architecture, which is considered as the most common house type of the period. The major character-defining features can be found intact, such as the clipped gables, large attic vents, gabled front porch with 2 sets of round columns, deep roof overhangs with the exposed rafters, wood siding, and trim. Based on Fresno Municipal Code, any building, structure, object, or site may be designated as an historic resource if it is found over 50 years old and process integrity to convey its significance, and associated with significant event, persons, represent specific type, style, method of construction, or have yield or may be likely to yield historic information. Based on the above analysis, the property located at 1235 North Arthur Avenue was constructed in 1921, making it over 100 years. It retains its integrity as a craftsman bungalow and its character-defining features still intact. It is found associated with significant events and persons, and it embodies distinctive architectural characteristics of its period. To conclude, this property located at 1235 North Arthur Avenue meets the criterion 1, 2, and 3 for historic designation under Fresno Municipal Code. According to Section 122009, the Historic Preservation Commission held the nomination on August 26, 2024. California Department of Parks and Recreation primary record and building structure and object forms, which documenting the property's history and condition, evaluating the significance and integrity, were completed and attached. Public notice was sent. The Historic Preservation Commission voted in favor of recommending the City Council adopt the resolution designating the property located at 1235 North Arthur Avenue to the local register of historic resource. This concludes the report from staff, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Is the property owner here and wishing to speak by chance?
The property owner's representative is here.
You don't have to speak. I just want to give you the option if you would like to. You're good. Okay. Any questions from council members?
No questions. Since Councilmember Morris isn't here, I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay, I'm going to open it up for public hearing first. Are there any members of the public who would like to provide input? This is the 925 hearing on the local register of historic resources for 1235 North Arthur. Seeing no one, I will close the public comment period and bring it up to the dais for discussion and action. I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Chavez and a second by Councilmember Bredefeld. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 5-0. Thank you. Up next is the 9:30 a.m. item. This is a hearing to adopt a resolution designating a property to the local register of historic resources. This is for property located at 914 F Street. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you again for hearing this item for designating the property located at 914 F Street to the local register of historic resources. The application for designation was received in June from the property owner. After research and survey, this property was found eligible for listing. And also the representative of the property owner is in the audience, and she can provide more information. The property at 914 F Street is one half of a single-story commercial building. It is in Chinatown district of the city of Fresno, situated on the north side of F Street, near its intersection with Kern Street. Fresno's Chinatown has been a focal point for various immigrant communities since the late 19th century. By 1890s, Japanese immigrations began to settle in Chinatown, contributing to its cultural and economic diversity. The early 20th century was marked by increasing Japanese immigration due to the United States. By 1920s, Japanese immigrants play a significant role in Fresno's Chinatown economy. While fewer Chinese residents worked as farm laborers, Japanese families and single male laborers filled various economic roles, including farm labor, restaurants, grocery stores, and other businesses. The 1940s brought severe challenge for Japanese Americans in Fresno. With Japan's involvement in World War II, their loyalty to the United States came under suspicion. In 1942, the Executive Order 9066 was signed. This order authorized the internment of Japanese Americans without any evidence of disloyalty, although it was closed after the expediendo decision in December 1944. Many Japanese Americans did not return to their former homes. The commercial building at 914 to 920 F Street was constructed around 1900. Initially, it was a large space that housed a pool hall. By 1906, the building was divided into two separate commercial spaces. In 1918, the space at 914 F Street was functioned as a shop. 914 F Street opened in 1928 as the Sunrise Cafe. It was owned until 1941 by the Nikomoto family, who were interned along other Japanese Americans after the outbreak of the war. From 1951 to 1993, it was owned by Li Qing. The building housed the Victoria Cafe, a common handled theme for many businesses as their patriotism. Based on Fresno Municipal Code, properties that are over 50 years old and possess enough integrity to convey the significance associated with the significant event, persons represent the specific type, style, method of construction, or have yield or may be likely to yield historic information may be designated as an historic resource. And based on the above analysis, the building is associated with significant historic events and has the potential to yield information important to the history, particularly related to the Japanese American community in Fresno, the history of Japanese immigration, their economic contribution to Chinatown development, and the impact of the World War II internment on Japanese community. Besides, the building was constructed in 1900, making it over 120 years old. It still maintains sufficient integrity in its location, setting, and association to convey its historic significance. This integrity ensures that the building continues to serve as a meaningful link to the past, capable of telling the story of the Japanese American experience in Fresno's Chinatown and their broader contribution to the city's history. This concludes the staff and the property at 914 F Street meets the criterion 1 and 4 for the historic designation under the Fresno Municipal Code. Besides, the other half of the building, located at 920 F Street, has already been designated as a local historic resource. In 2012, it further strengthened the case for designating 914 F Street, as well as it will reinforce the integrity and the significance of the whole building located at 914 to 920 F Street. According to Section 12-1609, the Historic Preservation Commission heard the nomination on August 26, 2024. California Department of Parks and Creation primary record and building structure and object forms, which documenting the property's historic condition, significance, and integrity were completed and attached. Public notice was sent, and the Historic Preservation Commission voted in favor of recommending the City Council adopt the resolution designating the property to the local register of the historic resource. The Historic Preservation Commission. This concludes the staff report, and the staff are willing to answer the questions.
Thank you very much. Is the property owner here?
The representative of the property owner is here.
Okay. You don't have to, but I just wanted to give you the option to come up and say a few words if you wanted to. You're okay? Okay. Then I'm going to open it up for public comment. Would anyone like to provide public comment? This is for the property at 914 F Street, proposed to be on the local register of historic resources. Seeing no one, I will close the public comment portion. Any discussion or action by council? Motion to approve by Councilmember Chavez and a second by Councilmember Bredefield. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 5-0. Is Camila Sutherland here by chance? Okay. Camila, I'm going to give you the chance. We do have a scheduled appearance for you regarding the Measure P funds for the resurfacing and improvement of the Roding Park tennis courts. Good morning. You're going to have 3 minutes, okay?
Thank you. Yes. I'm Camilla Sutherland. I'm president of the Roding Park Tennis Club, which has been in existence since 1931. And I'm coming to say thank you for the Measure P funds that have gone forward to update the courts to where they are now. Wonderful and exciting improvements that have been going on. The resurfacing of 11 courts that have new net posts, new nets, the replacing of the old court lights with the new LED lights, and freshly painted light post. Our park rangers that we have now, that one park ranger is going to cover 3 of the parks that are in the west side. And I have to say, too, a big thank you to our Roding Park maintenance team out at the park. Since the courts have been out there, they've been really working hard with us to keep the courts clean. Water is not getting on them as much as they should. They've also put out a new bulletin board for us to put up events that are going on there. But I'd also like to share with you what the mission of the Roding Park Tennis Club is. And it got started many years ago with Mr. and Mrs. Roding and Dr. Chaffee with promoting community tennis on these courts when they have had people come out there, young, old, and alike. We are currently holding events out there for our members and the public to come out and play. We have free tennis lessons on Tuesday and Thursday nights. We have junior tennis on Sunday mornings from 10 to 11:30. We also have our team tennis that's out there. We also have a Roding Park website that promotes a lot of the activities with pictures on there, and our website is rodingtennis.com. We also have become partners with USTA, the United States Tennis Association, who has come down, and we are going to be honored on this Saturday night for our volunteer community tennis organization here at Roding Park. Also, they have wanted to run a tournament here because of the green space. They came out and looked at it. The space out there is wonderful. The setting for the tennis courts is beautiful, and it's public. I wanted to also suggest some ideas. We'd like to do a ribbon cutting at the park with these new courts, with those 11 courts that have been resurfaced and played on by more than 200 people. Also, I'd like to suggest that our park rangers be there all the time instead of having to go to other parks. I know it's a financial possibility, but if we could look at that, because we do have a lot of our homeless people that are sleeping on the benches. I was out there playing yesterday and had to ask a lady to move. They also would help keep the area clean and safe. Another suggestion I have, which I think is on the Measure P plans, is to redo the bathrooms out there. The bathrooms right now serve the public, but they also serve our homeless people as their laundromat, their showering facilities, and et cetera. And with that, my last request would look at how do we help the people that want to help the homeless, unhoused people with food and everything there. They have it. They come out there, and the people don't want to leave Roding Park.
Thank you very much. I will give you 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds.
I just want to thank you for your coming out there. We have a tournament coming out. Aaron Aguirre came out to our tournament last month. He started his matches off with his serving. He said, I don't play tennis, I play baseball. He won his serve. So I just ask you to come out, and our chance draw is coming up for the Turkey Trot on November 23rd. I've got membership forms for you too. And with that game, set, match, please come out and join us at Roding Park.
Thank you very much. Up next is the 9:35 a.m. hearing. I do have a conflict with this one. This is for file ID number 24-1364 because this is near my primary residence and a real property interest of mine. Therefore, I will be recusing myself and will be asking the Council Vice President to take this item over.
Thank you, Madam President. We will hold off just one moment, please.
Thank you.
Please hold off. Sorry. Okay, now we'll start with the staff presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's another item from Historic Preservation today. Application of designation form was filled by the property owner in August. An intensive level survey was conducted, and it was determined that the property located at 420 East Terrace Avenue is eligible for local registration. The property owners are also here in this audience to provide more information. The property is in the Tower District of City of Fresno. The home was constructed in early 1900s, a period Fresno experienced a rapid expansion of population and economy. During this time, the Tower District began developing as one of Fresno's first suburbs. The property is situated within the proposed Terrace Gardens Historic District, which exemplifies the suburban expansion during the period. Dennis Wheeler is found to be the first owner of the property. He was a significant figure in the construction industry in the valley, having been involved in major housing developments. Dennis Wheeler and Orville Taylor founded Taylor Wheeler Builders in 1927. It became one of Fresno's most renowned building firms, known for their distinctive homes and that were unlike anything else in the area at the time. Their architectural contributions have significantly enriched Fresno's built environment. The Terrace Gardens tract was established in October 1930. The house at 420 East Terrace Avenue is part of this historic tract. Dennis Wheeler lived in this house until 1967. The residence exhibits characteristics of the Spanish colonial revival style, a hallmark of suburban developments during the early 20th century. The defining features include stucco walls with textured finish, red tiled roof, arched openings, deep-set entrance, wooden shutters, chimney with opening near the top, decorative ironwork, patio, and courtyard. Based on the above analysis, the property was constructed in 1934, making it over 50 years old. It retains its integrity as a Spanish Revival residence, with its character-defining features still intact. It is found associated with significant person, and it embodies distinctive architectural characteristics of its period. To conclude, the property meets the criteria 2 and 3 for historic designation under the Fresno Municipal Code, Section 126007. According to Section 126009, the Historic Preservation Commission heard the nomination on September 23, 2024. California Department of Parks and Recreation primary record and building structure and object forms were completed and attached. Public notice was sent. The Historic Preservation Commission voted in favor of recommending the nomination of the property at 420 East Terrace Avenue to the City Council. If there's any questions, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you. I just want to correct on the record. Our agenda says that 420 East Terrace is District 7, but it's actually Council District 1. So is the applicant is here. Do they wish to make a presentation? Sorry, if you would like to make a comment, you're welcome to do that, but please come up front so we can get you on the microphone. Okay.
Maraming salamat po from our Filipino-American family. Thank you for preserving built heritage.
Okay. Thank you very much. Before we go to any motions, we're still in the hearing, so we're going to go to questions by the council. Any council members have any questions on this matter? And again, we are discussing 420 East Terrace in Council District 1. Okay.
Councilmember Carbasi, just a point of clarification. This is District 1, correct?
Correct.
And we've codified that now into the record?
That's correct.
With that, I'll make the motion to
I apologize, Councilmember.
Oh.
Public comment.
No.
Sorry. Is there any public comment on 420 East Terrace, the 935 item?
I'm just looking for clarification on what kind of research has gone in. You know, like on the application that you guys put for the register, where you need to put any kind of like historic activities that took place. Gary, right? Big historical activities that took place in Fresno. Particularly, let's talk about Chinatown or downtown Fresno up into the Tower District, you guys, because there's some pretty glaring omissions that a lot of people are interested in, including some addresses that are on here today. And just judging by the past work from the Historic Preservation Commission that put a lot of people at risk when they then are interested in those topics, and then they do a better job at not being like corrupt. And then there's people here that likely don't know the history. And what about them? Including the homeowners in Chinatown, because do you know who then has to go out and tell them that people that look like them just did bad work, and then the council approved it and thought no one would notice? Miss White thought no one would notice.
Please direct your comments to me as the chair.
Oh, Mike Carbasi, I've only called you 11 billion times. So does your phone not work? I thought maybe a woman would be more responsive. So do you guys know why there's no reference of any historical happenings in any of these applications here? No? Does anybody that put the application in to the council know why there's no information about any of the historical happenings at any of the addresses on the agenda today? Is this, do you? We talked yesterday.
Please direct your comments to me as chair.
As chair, Vice President Carbasi, is there a reason that you have not returned a single solitary phone call? Do you have anything to say to me? Blink twice if you speak English. Nothing? What about your friends? Gary, what about yours?
Again, I'm going to ask you to please direct your comments to me as chair.
Okay, there's my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further members of the public wishing to comment on this item, the 9:35 hearing? Going once, going twice. Okay, we're going to move on, and now we're going to close public comment, and we are also going to close this hearing and bring this item back to the council for discussion and action. Any discussion or action by the council? I'll entertain any motions.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Councilmember Esparza. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Chavez. Any opposition? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you very much. We're going to
Council Vice President?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just need to make a comment to our Historic Preservation Officer, Leisha. There were some offensive comments that were just made, and I want to apologize. That as a member of the public, it is no reflection of anybody up here. You've done amazing work, and I condemn racial comments that were made towards you. So thank you for your work, Leisha.
Okay, we're going to move on. Council President is back and resuming control of the meeting.
Thank you, Council Vice President. We're going to move on to we're going to move on to the consent calendar first. We're going to take public comment on all consent, including contested consent items, as well as closed session items. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Councilmember, for the record, are there any items you would like to recuse yourself from? Councilmember Bredefeld?
Yes, I want to recuse myself on 2H as in Harry. And did you want me to register the no votes at this? I'd like to register no vote on 2JJ for 2 reasons. One of the organizations is involved in assisting folks who are here illegally, and there are also programs involved in gender-affirming care, which I disagree with. So I'm vote a no on that.
All right. Are there any other council members who would like to register a no vote or recusal? All right. At this time, I'm going to ask for public comment on consent, contested consent, and closed session. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. If you would like to come up at this time. All right, seeing no one, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? I have a motion by Council Vice President Carbasi and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes 5-0. We do have one contested consent item. Is that correct, Clerk?
It wasn't 2H. It was
2B is in Victor, is what I have. This
Yes.
is to approve an agreement with Community Health Improvement Partners to administer an independent living home rapid rehousing program. This was pulled by Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yeah, Phil, I just want to know specifically how will this program work? I read the report, but I wanted just your input on it.
Yeah, happy to respond. Councilmember Bredefeld, Phil Sky, Assistant Director of the Planning and Development Department. Council member, the way in which this works is that the Independent Living Association, whom we have procured and are recommending for funding through this morning's action, is an established organization. They've been around for the last 20 years, established in 2004. What they do is they set, as you know, there is a relatively unregulated sort of business model in our cities across the state of California where folks are able to, they provide a necessary service because they provide shared housing. However, having said that, it's not regulated by the state or local government. What we are doing through this program is establishing a program that will be administered and regulated and establishes a gold standard for that shared housing type. So the way in which it will work is that the City of Fresno, through this agreement with the Independent Living Association, or CHIP, will be providing dollars which are necessary to support the shared housing beds for individuals that are transitioning from shelter into permanent independent living. This is the journey that people are going on as part of our homeless response to ultimately end chronic street homelessness. And so these shared housing models are not for everyone, but they are really a critical step, transitional step for many people who are on their way into permanent independent living. So we provide the subsidy for the bed for the individual.
And the location, the actual facility, can you describe that? Are they existing now? They're going to be built? Where are they?
Yeah, so council member, the most typically independent living homes are homes that are purchased by operators, usually existing single-family homes. Typically, doesn't have to be, but that's typically what occurs. These homes, through our agreement, are not limited to the City of Fresno. Independent Living Association operates throughout the county, and so these homes may be purchased countywide. The residents that would live there must be not only from the City of Fresno, but they must have experienced homelessness within our encampment areas. These are funded with IRF $3, meaning that our two encampment areas are the downtown kind of triangle and an area from Shields all the way to Bullard Avenue along Blackstone, from Blackstone to Fresno Street. So individuals, whether the home is purchased and operated in some other non-city jurisdiction, so it could be somewhere in Fresno County, the individuals that we will subsidize must have experienced homelessness within the City of Fresno in those encampment areas. So again, typically single-family homes that are existing, the operator purchases and then utilizes in this fashion.
Okay, and they're getting $2.8 million to do this?
For 2 years, that's correct.
And who's going to be overseeing that this money is being appropriated, utilized appropriately?
Sure, our staff will be doing that, council member, and the budget is included in the item today. And so, as you'll see, nearly $2 million of the 2.8 go directly to subsidies. The rest of that have to do with other programmatic related expenses, and then there's an indirect cost rate of 5%.
And when you say subsidies, $2 million for subsidies,
That's the individual bed subsidy I was referring to support individuals transitioning.
Okay, and then just the final thing about it, when discussing this organization, they talk a great deal about DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. What has that got to do with providing these beds and for the homeless? I mean, I'm troubled by DEI, always am troubled by DEI.
Yeah.
So what's that got to do with this?
Yeah, I understand the question. Thank you, Councilmember, for that. Really what ILA is saying, or what CHIP is saying, is they're saying, look, I mean, in our homeless community, we have a diverse, population. And so what ILA is basically saying is that we create a welcoming environment for anybody who's experienced homelessness.
Okay. Well, based on that, I can certainly tolerate that. So I'm just a little concerned that, we start to do something other than what you say, welcoming anybody who needs help. But I'm prepared to support this, and we'll make a motion for approval.
I have a motion to approve item
Thank you, Phil.
2V by Councilmember Bredefield. And I will second that. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 4-0. Thank you, Phil. Okay, we are going to transition into closed session right now since we do have a bit of time before lunch. When we do come back at 1:30, we will hear the 1:30 timed item, followed by the item 3A, which is a workshop annual report of the Cannabis Administrative Prosecutor Program, followed by 4A, which is the workshop on the Measure C progress. City Attorney, will you please read the closed session roster?
Good morning. Today in closed session, we have item A, conference with labor negotiators, all units listed on the agenda. Item B, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Singos versus City of Fresno. Item C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Park 7 LLC and Land Value Management LLC versus City of Fresno. Item D, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Fresno versus County of Fresno. Item E, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, City of Fresno and Fire and Police Retirement Systems and others versus City of Fresno. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, GPP2 LLC versus City of Fresno. Item G, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, one potential case. Item H, public employee performance evaluation, City Attorney.
To order. The time is 1:37 p.m. I do have a council member. Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I do see you punched up. Council Vice President, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Welcome back from lunch, everyone. Before we start with the regular business, I just want to make a comment on something that was said during council member reports and comments. I fully respect every colleague's right to speak their mind. They have First Amendment rights. I just want to clarify something that was said. There were some comments made about one of our counterparts of the Board of Supervisors. I'm not particularly certain it's referring to a particular meeting or a particular board member, but if it is alluding to what I think it's alluding to, I can tell you that I was in the room, there were very few people in that room, and I think what was said as it was said does mischaracterize what actually happened. I think it's just a really, really bad case of telephone. And if it's referring to the individual I think it's referring to, it goes completely against his character or demeanor. So I just want to state that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. And if it is the occurrence you're referring to, then I'll just stay on the record. I too was in the room, and I would definitely concur with your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the 1:30 p.m. timed item. This is a hearing to consider an appeal related to CUP application number P23-03592 and the related environmental assessment. Good afternoon, Phil.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. Philip Segrist with the Planning and Development Department. This next item for you for consideration is an appeal of a conditional use permit application number P23-03592, and I do not know if this is my presentation, but okay, this is my presentation. Thank you. So the subject application was filed by Kevin Giglio of A1 Auto Electric, and it requests to expand an existing legal nonconforming use and the related site operations for their existing business, which is located here in downtown Fresno. So the project applicant currently owns and operates A1 Auto Electric, which is a full-service automotive repair business, which is located in downtown Fresno. Services that are provided at A1 Auto Electric include typical tune-up and oil changes, brake and transmission services, suspension repair services, electrical and computer diagnostics, as well as complete engine exchanges, and they also perform alternative fuel conversions and repairs. A1 Auto Electric, their current operations comprise of 2 properties, which are located at 2320 and 2340 Stanislaus Street, which is depicted in the blue polygon on this aerial map. A1 Auto Electric also utilizes property across the street on the east side of N Street, which is located at 2024 Stanislaus and 1408 Stanislaus Street. And the operations that occur there are related to their alternative fuel conversion operations, and those had been authorized in 2011 and 12. The primary automotive repair services, such as the oil change and tune-ups and the brake repair, those currently occur at 2320 and 2340 Stanislaus Street in the blue area. And so the subject property, it's located in the downtown neighborhood zone district. And according to the code, the use is considered a major automobile vehicle repair and services, which is not a permitted use in that zone district. And so it was determined that the use is considered a legal non-conforming use, and so that use can continue indefinitely. And so this project, with this application, A1 Auto Electric, they propose to expand into an existing 11,250 square foot building, which is located across the street from their operations, which is on the north side of Stanislaus Street. The proposed site expansion would be considered a functional expansion of their site and their operations, as it's located directly across the street from their current operations. And the expanded uses that would occur in the building across the street would include the more just the typical automotive repair services that are currently occurring at 2320 and 2340 Stanislaus. So again, that's going to be your oil changes, tune-ups, brake services, transmission services, et cetera. And it wouldn't include the alternative fuel conversion operations. And the property they're proposing to expand into is also located in the downtown neighborhood zone district. And so the subject property or the building, it was most recently occupied by Pro Auto, which was also a full-service automotive repair business. According to records, Pro Auto began their operations in April of 2003. And previously, prior to that, it was operated and occupied by a Toyota sales and service, which was Slavich Brothers, and that dates back into the 60s and 70s. And so this building does have a long history of being used for automotive service uses. Pro Auto ceased operations in 2021 and has remained vacant since. Just recently, there was an automotive accident that did occur at the site, and so it currently is vacant, and there are, the accident did impair damage on the building, and so some of the windows are boarded up, and there's currently a security fence surrounding the primary entrances to the site. And according to the development code, the legal nonconforming uses may be expanded with an approved conditional use permit, provided at least one of three circumstances exist. And so those three circumstances are that the use or the project would reduce current adverse impacts on adjacent properties or the general public, or that the use would aid in the preservation of a historic resource, or that the expansion is necessary to comply with the requirement by law or for the operation of a particular use, including regulations for disabled access and seismic retrofitting. So meeting ADA requirements, or again, for seismic retrofitting, making sure the building is sound, structurally sound. So again, so with that, the subject conditional use permit application was filed to facilitate that expansion of A1 Auto Electric site and their operations to include the property that's located directly across the street. And in reviewing the application, staff determined that circumstance one exists. So by reactivating the property and the adjacent street frontages, eliminating crime and blight that might occur at the site, and making necessary renovations and improvements to the building, it was found that the resultant use would reduce current adverse impacts on the adjacent and surrounding properties. On January 23rd, 2024, the project was reviewed and recommended approval by the Council District 3 Project Review Committee. On January 31st, 2024, a notice of intent was mailed out to surrounding property owners. No comments were received in support or opposition. On April 23rd, 2024, the project was approved. And on May 8th, the approval was appealed by Councilmember Arias. The item was considered by the Planning Commission on August 7th, 2024, where the Planning Commission upheld the director's decision to approve the application. And on August 14th, 2024, Planning Commission's decision was denied or appealed by Councilmember Arias. And on September 13th, 2024, notice for the City Council hearing was mailed to surrounding property owners and posted online. And staff hasn't received any comments of concern, opposition related to that public hearing notice. And staff recommends that the City Council consider the related environmental assessment and deny the appeal and uphold the action by Planning Commission and the Planning Director. And that concludes my presentation. And I think the business owner, Kevin Mark-Giulio, are also from A1 Auto Electric, are also in attendance to address any comments or questions council might have.
Thank you, Philip. I will give the applicant an opportunity to come up and say a few words if you would like. It's not a requirement. Good afternoon. I will give you up to 10 minutes if you want to use it all. Feel free.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't need that long. My name's Kevin Giglio. As they mentioned, I was the applicant. I'm actually part of the third generation of the family business that's now running this business, my brother and I both. We've been blessed and lucky enough to expand the business and grow the business. My dad and grandfather have been downtown for the last 30 years. We've been able to expand in terms of our total employment, almost quadrupling from the time that they started, and this is another opportunity for us to continue expanding. If you've gone by that building, you'll see that it's in really harsh conditions, and our goal is to restore it and make it something that everyone here can be proud of. We do not intend on leaving downtown Fresno. That's where our roots are, and we hope that we can continue to be successful in downtown Fresno. I will comment on one other item. With this expansion, it'll help us to, you may see at our YMCA building, the building that was in the green, you may see some equipment that is I guess, open to the public view. And our goal of expanding here is that we can take some of that equipment and bring it inside to take it out from the public view, which should help the overall appearance, I think, of the area as well. We look forward to discussing with you more and talking about this, and hope you will support.
Thank you. At this time, I will bring it up to the dais. Do any council members have any questions? Up first, I have Councilmember Arias.
First, I'd like to make a motion to close the hearing. And then oh, you never open it? Okay, then I'll let you open it first for public comment. I do. Should we do it now or after the hearing? I don't. Okay, we'll do questions first. So first, let me say, I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting you all. I do have some questions for staff and for the applicant, but overall, what I want to be clear on a couple of fronts is I'm not opposed to the development of the proposed property. It is in dire situation. It was formerly a similar use, so I think it's a perfect fit for an expansion of a similar use. With that said, though, I do have concerns with the operations and how they impact the area. So I'm going to ask staff to come up with to pull up the presentation, just to give you guys some context of what I'm trying to wrestle with to get to a yes, and to be thoughtful about the area. If I may, for background purposes, in this area, the vicinity where the proposed project is, an adult school was built there in the year 2000. It serves about 25,000 kids a year, including now a daycare facility with young kids. And your existing operation literally shares a fence line. I think there's an alleyway between you and the school. As noted by the city staff, under our zoning, this is not an allowable use with the zoning unless you find an exemption, which they have identified an exemption, which I agree it qualifies for that exemption. But this is for those who are not familiar with the property, this is the old YMCA building, right? And this building has an X marked on the building and has for a while, which represents that if it was ever to be set on fire, the fire department would not enter the building and put out the fire because it would be too high of a danger and a risk for the firefighters. And you get to the point of having an X because of the lack of maintenance, the lack of improvements, the deterioration of the structure. So when I got on the council, this building was brought to my attention as having a long history of code enforcement violations. You know, things like, next slide, please. Things, as you mentioned, equipment on the outside of the building, materials on the outside of the building, potential fuel containers on the exterior of the building. Again, proximity to a school, that would be a concern. I'm not an automotive expert, so I can't tell what, barrels have and don't have and what equipment has and doesn't have, but I do know that in an automotive industry, you always have access to chemicals and storage of chemicals of some kind. Next to the school is a concern. As you can tell, we've also had encampments inside the fence line, which we respond to. We've had storage encampments in the alleyways next to the school. Next slide, please. Here are some of the code violations that we have on record. We have spent quite a bit of staff time. I've been in several occasions where I have the attorneys, code enforcement, the fire department, the planning directors all in the same room trying to figure out how to avoid a catastrophe of a building of this nature going on fire next to a school site and us missing it and having to answer the question, why did we allow this situation to continue without taking action? I think that's the next slide. What else do we have there? Is there anything else? That's it. So after speaking with legal counsel, and this is the other trick, unfortunately, I'm not allowed to speak to you in advance when you bring forward an item like this. This is a discretionary authority, so we have to wait for the official public hearing to occur before we can sit down and have staff ask questions. So my question are trying to get a clear picture of, one, what's taking place currently and what's planned for the old YMCA building that's adjacent to the adult school that serves 25,000 kids a year. Under your proposal, as I said, I'm comfortable with you guys expanding across the street. There isn't any school site next to it. It is a rundown building. It does need improvements. It'd be a good fit. But the question I have is what happens to the old YMCA building under this proposal? Because it is part of the same operation.
Okay, well, thank you for that. So, first of all, the pictures that you brought, that you put up there are old pictures, and the building that you were talking about, we're not utilizing that building. So that's a separate building in the back. It has an X on there because we're not utilizing that building. Really, if I could afford to do that right now, I would like to remove the building and be done with it, because that building, it's a block building. It's all brick and block, though, so for your fire to get, so you could maybe feel a little bit about that. It's made out of it was a handball court, so it's all basically cement. It's all cement, and then it's brick on the outside. But we do not use that. We do utilize the other building that you showed, and that's all been fixed up now. So that's all fixed up, and it looks much better than what it showed in that picture there. What we do basically is, so we utilize that building basically is we assemble some of our, it's light assembly stuff that we put together. We don't not make anything, actually fabricate anything there. Everything is done from a fabricator, and it comes in, and then we assemble these, we make these assemblies there. So that's what we use it for. We also house parts in there for these assemblies. And then what we do is we take it from that point across, and we bring it across the street to the A1 Auto Electric building on 2320 Stanislaus, and that's where we basically do the work, is right there. I've been in automotive electric, A1 Auto Electric for forever, and that's what I started out as. And it's not really, the building across the street would be great for the automotive electric, because right now it's kind of, when I get customers that come in and stuff, it just doesn't really suit the auto electric part of it. So what I really would like to be able to do is make that back into A1 Auto Electric, the one across the street, which is separate from what you're talking about. You know that, right? The building that you're talking about is the YMCA. The other one is the old Pro Auto building. So,
yeah, there's two essentially buildings next to each other, correct? Is that a fair way to describe it?
What we put an application for was right. for the old Pro Auto building, which is on Stanislaus.
And so my understanding is that you did submit an application last month or this month for one of the buildings?
Correct. Yep. Yeah, so we submitted a CUP application for the old YMCA building, which is multiple buildings that was in green from Philip's presentation. So we submitted that because we were advised by the planning committee that we will likely have to do that in the future. We were going down another path because we thought with our engineer that we could get a different approval to avoid having to pay, I guess, additional fees and all that comes with it, the 10 months that comes with it. So what we were hoping we could do is that avenue. It sounds like that's not the case, so we're fine. We're fine with moving forward with the CUP. But I want to answer some of your questions. So we're not trying to hide anything at that building. We don't have anything flammable. We're not storing gas. We're not storing anything like that. We're not doing any conversions over there. It's mainly just housing componentry. So if you think about this desk, right, there's multiple pieces that go to this desk. So those are sitting over there waiting to be put together, and then we put them together with just hand tools, basically, take it over to the other facility, and then we put it on the vehicle.
So you're essentially doing storage and assembly?
Yeah,
is that correct?
In that facility, essentially.
And just to be clear, I'm not worried about what you guys are hiding. I'm worried about, we have a lot of folks who jump the fence, set dumpsters on fire, right, every day, engage in vandalism. And so what I'm worried about is clearly having the city know what is on site, either indoor or outdoor. What are the safeguards that we have to take in place in case an emergency occurs? Because, there's an exit in the building, so nobody's going to walk in to put out the fire. So we have to have a clear understanding of what chemicals, what equipment, what's in that place if it gets set on fire. Unfortunately, I do believe it does have a significant wood roof structure, doesn't it? It's not
significant. What was that?
Wood roof structure. It's an old building.
A roof?
Wood roof.
It does have a wood roof structure, and we've actually, so that was one of the, so I don't know if you're aware, but we actually had a meeting out there several months back, and
I wasn't aware.
All the departments came out there. It was every department that I could think of from the city that was out there, including the fire department, including the planning, including code enforcement. Everybody was out there, and they made up a list of what they would like to see done to that building, and we did everything on that list, even though we really were supposed to wait for this meeting, but our engineer said, you're going to have to do it anyways. You need to get it done. So we did it all. We did everything that they asked us to do.
I have not seen the list, so that's good to know.
Yeah,
that
we
there's
did it. We
a
did it all.
list.
So we completed everything on that list. So I think that it's, in fact, that's what I was kind of hoping, was that we would be able to get somebody to come out there and, and everybody come out together again and do their inspection to make sure that it's passed everything that they wanted on there.
Okay.
Because we did everything that we were supposed to do on that.
I appreciate that. Those are my questions for you at this time. And I do have some questions for staff. I know legal counsel and staff has given me several options, and here's what I'm trying to arrive at. As I indicated, I'm supportive of the expansion across the street. It sounds like they had a sit down or a site visit with several department heads on what improvements they have to make to the YMCA building, but the YMCA building is not part of this application. What I would like to do is address all the buildings at once, all the operations at once, so there is no confusion later that they don't have the green light to use all those buildings as part of their operation. But I also want to be sensitive that it doesn't take a year or 10 more months and that they have to pay a ton of fees all over again. So from the option that I have from planning and legal, one option is I can refer this back to staff and ask them to bring it back with the YMCA building, included, so we can do it all at once. Or option two is approve it as proposed with the condition that it does not apply to YMCA, and then that would have to be a separate CUP, and there could be more conditions on that building that may or may not coincide with the rest of the buildings that were approved, or we can just deny it and have them start over. From the applicant's perspective, I want to be thoughtful and considerate of you guys. If we were to refer this back to staff with the direction to include the YMCA building, if you guys have done most of the improvements that they've asked for, it's a matter of some paperwork, and we bring this back and do all the buildings at once, does that work for you? And here's where I would caution, if we just approve the current buildings being proposed, clearly it doesn't apply to the YMCA, and we continue to see violations at YMCA, you will open yourself up to citations and fines, because like anyone else, we hold people to account with what they have permission to do in those buildings or not. What would be your preference, one or two?
Well, this has been a long venture for us, and so I would like to be able, and we've been told so many different things, and but the city has changed a lot. We've dealt with a lot of different people. I mean, it started back in COVID, to tell you the truth, and we couldn't get anything done in COVID because there was nobody here. So it was as everybody knows, it was really difficult. So that's kind of when we first began this, and this has been a long time coming. And so we hired an engineer as well, because that was actually when we had the big meeting when everybody came out, they recommended that we do that, and we did. We hired an engineer, and he's basically told us what we needed to do, and he did not think that we needed to do the CUP application. I don't really care either way, but really the thing for us, though, is because it's been appealed every time, and that's why I wished that we could have spoke ahead of time.
Yeah, we can't legally, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's because we have been held up so long on this now, and it's been really difficult. So it doesn't really matter to me how it gets done, if we can just get it done, because I've been down there forever, downtown,
Yeah.
so it's not like, and a lot of this, what you say too, of the violations. So since we've been in there, I used to have so much trouble with that YMCA, so much trouble, and nobody would even come out, and I couldn't get the police to come out. But since we've been operating now fully in there, I don't know where you see the violations. I mean, as far as fires, we haven't had anybody in there because now we have a business in there there's people all in there all the time, so that we don't have that. Where the problem is across the street, and the one that I thought we were coming for was the Pro Auto building. That one is infested with people with drugs and all types of stuff. So that's
What concerns me primarily is not the code citations of like garbage in the alleyway, right? What concerns me is that the building may still have an X, and that becomes a clear and present danger for the neighborhood, and you're literally right next to the school that's active all the way till 10 p.m. every day. So I want to get to a place where maybe the site visit that you have with the department heads, maybe with all the improvements that you've made, maybe we can refer this to staff, come back in 2 weeks or in a month, and we can do all the buildings at once and be done with.
So, all due respect, we had everybody, they inspected the building, the complete building. We went through the whole building, and they basically told me exactly what I needed to do. They know I'm not using that building in the back. the fire department, the planning, everybody knows that. They know I'm not using the building in the back, and they said, this is what needs to be done. If you're not going to use that building, this is what you need to do. The one building in the back.
Do you have storage in there at all?
I have nothing. It's a board. You can't even get inside of it. You can't even get inside of it. But even the building in the back that I'm not using, they said that the roof was a hazard. I redid the roof. I already redone it because they said they put that on there. So I completely redid that roof. And so I've done everything that was told me to do. And they know that we're not using that building in the back. They said, if you do this, this, and this, we'll be satisfied, and you'll be able to use the building as is.
Let me ask some questions to staff. Staff and legal counsel director, planning director. How long do you anticipate it would take them to process the CUP that they just submitted for the YMCA building? What's their typical time?
Right. So Jennifer Clark, Planning Director. So let me clarify a couple of things. So code enforcement, building official, fire did go out and survey the building and working with the property owner to get the physical structure into compliance with code. Absolutely. But again, the entitlement right now that they hold is to use the parking lot, not the building, but to use the parking lot. So there is a temporary application that has not been submitted. So it is still in TMP status, which is not an active application for the 1408 N Street address. So that still needs to be submitted and accepted as complete before it can be processed. I think the goal was to wait until after this was completed before actually submitting that application.
Does the building still have an X on it? By the fire department?
It is again, as was stated, it is technically a separate building. So the building that they're operating in is separate from the YMCA building itself, but the YMCA building does have an X on it, yes.
What, maybe fire can answer this, somebody else. What does it take to remove the X? Is it who signs off on that removal ultimately? Is it the city manager? Is it the mayor? Is it the fire chief? Educate me. Who determines when a X gets removed from a building?
Come on up, Ted. Deputy Chief Simonius.
Ted Simonius, Fresno Fire. When we surveyed that building with the owner, we found that the construction of the YMCA building was in multiple phases over many years. The building that has the X on it looks like it's all part of a building, but in fact, it's multiple buildings that have connective roofs. So the building that has the X is separate, and there's a breezeway that's covered that from the aerial view looks like it's part of one building. It's actually a separate building by itself. They have completely sealed off the access from the interior side of that building to that area. We know as the fire department that that X building is only the racquetball court area. So as far as the roof structure goes, I don't know what improvements have been done. I haven't been out there since then, since we looked at it, but I do know that it is a completely separate structure. So how we get X's on buildings are we find a building that is dangerous for us to be in to fight fire. We talk to the building department. Through code enforcement, X gets placed on the building. When they make changes to improve the building, the X can get removed from the building. It's really that simple, or torn down. We have quite a few buildings that have X's on them in the city of Fresno, and those that have been sitting for almost a generation with an X on them are still there. This one hasn't had an X on it for, I don't know, maybe it's had an X for 15 or 20 years. But it certainly wasn't the very first one.
Correct.
It won't be the last. And the building is separate from the rest of the area that they are using as the YMCA building.
But if the fire occurs, the roofs are connected, aren't they?
No.
They're separate?
No, it's a separate building. The only connectivity is the breezeway that goes in between one of the older buildings and that structure.
In your professional advice, are you comfortable that if that YMCA building goes on fire, let me say it differently, if the A1 building is set on fire, that it would not spread to the YMCA building?
The current A1 facility is a parking lot and a street away from the YMCA building. Okay. I do not believe that under the most extreme conditions, potentially that could occur.
And is there conditions that they're not allowed to store flammable liquids or chemicals on that gap between the building and the operating one?
I don't remember what it was that we conditioned them with off the top of my head. I'd have to look at that. But we did condition them that they could not store some equipment, and I don't remember what level it was, inside pallets palletized, because they had some metal, heavy metal items in there. And so we conditioned them that they couldn't store that in that YMCA building any longer. They were not using the racquetball court area at all. It had already been sealed off.
Okay. So just to confirm what I know, Director, there is no pending application yet for the YMCA building.
So from a proceduralist respect, you asked about procedural, what options that we have. One, your 1 and 2 absolutely would work on processing as either two separate applications or refer and to have it have one single application. Procedurally, there is no application currently on file. Again, no complete record on file for the 1408 N Street address.
So if I refer back to you to bring that one back, there's nothing to
There's nothing to refer back to staff. If you approve and but state that one of the conditions is that a complete application would be filed and have separate conditions of approval for the 1408 N Street, that would be a procedural option as well.
Okay, thank you. I think I know what I'm going to do. So I'm going to move to approve your CUP to expand across the street with the condition that you follow through and submit a CUP for the old YMCA building so that we can make sure that we have that building fully permitted as well downstream.
Okay, and just to be clear so you know, though, the reason it doesn't have the CUP because we were advised by our engineering firm we didn't need to have that CUP, that there was a different way to go about that. So
but
that's why
from my perspective, you're going to have a CUP on 3/4 of your property. You should just have a CUP on all of it that's consistent. So there's no confusion later on what's allowed in one building versus not allowed in another building.
Can you give us some time to have our engineer just look through it? Just give us a little bit of time just to make, because it's expensive.
What's reasonable for you?
CUP, so
What's reasonable for you?
maybe 90 days?
Okay. All right. And I'll be staff. You want my motion now or after comment?
would that be, so that would be a separate CUP then from what we already filed for the one across the street then, or would we be able to combine it? Wouldn't be able to combine it?
That's a staff question.
All right, thank you.
Director, would they be able to combine the future CUP with the current CUP, or would that be separate?
So technically, they could file an expansion of this new one, if it is approved today, they could file for an expansion of that CUP rather than a new CUP.
Okay, that makes sense. All right.
Up next, I have Council Vice President.
Thank you. Some questions for staff. So just to be clear, this was approved by the review committee, correct?
That's correct.
And the planning commission approved it?
Yes, that's correct.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time we appeal something to the council in light of those circumstances. But I'm just curious about the CUP process. So for the YMCA building, are they required to have a CUP for that building?
That'd be, yes, with that use, correct.
Okay, so it's already required anyways.
Can you say that?
It's already, my colleague did specify that he'll support today's action with the caveat they come back for a CUP for the YMCA building, which is a very expensive thing for a business to come up with. I just want to be very clear. It's already required anyhow, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then how does that impact the quasi-judicial process for this item? Because there's this CUP and there's another CUP. Are we allowed to talk to the applicant in the meantime, or?
I mean, the issue is if there's a pending appeal, and that's when it becomes quasi-judicial. So, you know, we're not at that point yet.
Okay. Thank you, City Attorney. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to open it up for a public hearing. This is for the 1:30 p.m. Consider an appeal related to the CUP application number P23-03592. Would anyone like to speak? Appears like there's ghosts today for Halloween. Are there any members of the public who would like to provide public comment on this item? Please go ahead and come up. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and bring it back up to the dais for a motion.
Thank you, Council President. Make a motion to deny the appeal and uphold the decision by the Planning Commission and Planning Director to approve the conditional use permit for the following properties, specifically 2320, 2340, 2345, with the condition that they bring forward within 90 days a conditional use permit application for the old YMCA building.
Could you say, or an expansion of the CUP?
Or expansion of the existing CUP.
Thank you, Councilmember.
And thank you all for your patience.
I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 6-0.
It wasn't that hard, was it? 5 years, COVID. Yeah, unfortunately, rules don't allow it, but appreciate your patience and understanding.
All right, we're going to move on to general administration. We have one item that is 3A. It's a workshop for the annual report of the Cannabis Administrative Prosecutor Program. This one is sponsored by the City Attorney's Office.
We just have 1 second so we can get the one of our statewide partners on. Deputy, are you logged in?
Yes, I am. Deputy Attorney General Justin Bullard, present.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the council. Andrew Jan, City Attorney. We are required by an MOU that we've signed with the Attorney General's office to present annually on the progress of the Cannabis Administrative Prosecution Program. And we're happy to be here today to update you on our progress, which I think has been significant. I would call the program a success. As I noted at our last meeting, this program is being recognized at the statewide level by the California Association of Code Enforcement Officers as an innovative program of the year. This is something that was first in the state and something that no one else was doing. And so we're happy to present today. I just wanted to say a few thank yous because this was not simply a code enforcement effort or a city attorney effort. This was a joint effort by many different stakeholders here in our community, namely Fresno PD and Fresno Fire. We wouldn't have been able to do this without their support. And then also our statewide partners as well. And just so we all remember why we're doing this, the big reason why we're doing this is to eliminate the underground black market for cannabis use here in the city. And we know that if we eliminate the black market, it will have a direct positive impact on legitimate cannabis operators to generate revenue, and by extension, the city of Fresno generating sales tax revenue off those revenues. So that is the goal of the program, to eliminate the black market. And in a few minutes, Chief Assistant City Attorney Erica Camarino will come up and present on some of our successes. But I wanted to thank Erica and her team as well, especially our troops on the ground, George, Monica, and Michael. And I know that Detective Hodges is here today too. Thank you to him and his team, and then also Jay Tracy, who's from Fresno Fire, very helpful in this collaborative effort. So with that, I'm going to turn it over. I know you guys want me to be quick. I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Attorney General Justin Bullard, who's logged in on Zoom.
Thank you, Andrew. Through the Cannabis Administrative Prosecutor Program, or CAP, the Office of the Attorney General has partnered with the City of Fresno to integrate state resources inside the existing Administrative Enforcement and Nuisance Abatement Authority of the city of Fresno. To address the city council's stated concern with unlicensed cannabis retail stores and smoke shops illegally selling cannabis, the Office of the Attorney General and city staff identified locations to investigate for cap enforcement. Fresno City Code Enforcement and the City Attorney's Office have done an excellent job handling the related enforcement actions, and the Attorney General's Office has assisted by providing advice regarding enforcement strategies to help maximize the use of funds to create a meaningful impact against unlicensed cannabis activity. We look forward to continuing our collaborative efforts as we seek to create a robust infrastructure throughout the state to help address the unlicensed cannabis activity, and Fresno has been an excellent partner thus far.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Buller. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Assistant City Attorney Erica Camarena.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council President, Council members, City Manager. We do have quite a bit of slides to go through, so I'm going to try and get through them rather quickly here. But first and foremost, and as City Attorney just said, I mean, this program could not be successful without all these individuals right here. They include our existing team as well as new members of the team, and I'm just so proud of each and every one of them. This past year was a bit of a challenge because we had to not only develop the team, but also our protocols. We had to establish our working relationships with other agencies. And so doing all that, it resulted in the removal of a lot of illegal cannabis from our community, which results in less opportunity for those items to get into the hands of our children. So very, very proud of that. And it's by no coincidence that we're here during Red Ribbon Week. And so I'm really happy that it just worked out that way. So let's see here. The city attorney kind of went over what the purpose of the CAP program was, which was to eliminate the illegal commercial cannabis activity to mitigate environmental, social, and economic impacts in our community. I want to emphasize that this program is civil in nature. Our prosecutory purpose is to go after people or operators and owners civilly, not criminally. But as you're going to see throughout the slideshow, inherently there were a lot of criminal elements with what we do, which is why it's great that we're working as a team to combat all of that. This is just a photo memorializing the signing of that first in the state memorandum of understanding with the state attorney general. So I'm going to start out with some numbers, giving you some statistics, and then we're going to highlight several smoke shops, and then we're going to get into highlighting several cultivation sites, and then we'll close it out with how we see this, us being able to sustain the program. So as our city attorney indicated, we work with all of these partners, including the Department of Cannabis Control, and over the past year, our team has conducted over 100 inspections, and of those, 67 were smoke shops, 11 were cultivation sites, 18 markets, one business that was operating essentially as an illegal dispensary, and then we had 3 miscellaneous cases that ended up being unfounded for cannabis. Some percentages to share. Illegal cannabis we found in approximately 79% of all the smoke shops that we inspected. Guns were also located we located 15 guns in several different businesses. 94% of the smoke shops we inspected contained illegal tobacco, that would be untaxed and flavored tobacco. And then there's this trend of a lot of gambling issues happening in these smoke shops. 100% of all the smoke shops that we inspected had code violations, including zoning violations, electrical issues, other hazardous code violations. And then inherently with the criminal element, our officers are not, cannot ignore the other criminal aspects of their inspections. And so unfortunately it resulted in several arrests. We ended up this past year making 17 arrests for other felony charges and warrants, outstanding warrants. So I'm gonna go through some of these smoke shops real quick. Full Moon Smoke Shop is in District 4. This inspection was conducted with a coordination of the team. We utilize the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration on a lot of our inspections. They've been a great partner. They have a lot more authority under the Revenue and Taxation Code to basically open up drawers, cabinets, things of that nature to find tobacco, basically any places where tobacco can be stored. We, of course, are focused on the cannabis. So just some things that we learned in this inspection was this business had a mechanism, basically, oops, sorry, what happened? There we go. Had a mechanism where customers had to ring a doorbell to go inside the business, and those same customers had to ring the same, basically ring the same bell to get out. So the employee had the discretion and the control to let a customer out of the building, which is a concern. That was on the first inspection, and then we went back for a second inspection. Wait, I'm sorry. On the first inspection, I'm sorry, I skipped this slide here. We found a hidden compartment in what appeared to be a space heater, and cannabis products were located within that compartment, and this slide just kind of depicts the prepackaged cannabis baggies and pre-rolls that were located in that hidden compartment. And then on the second inspection, we also found what was this hidden wall. It was masked by a mirror, and there was a remote control that opened that wall, and then behind the wall, our team located basically a hidden compartment of shelves full of illegal tobacco products as well as prepackaged cannabis and other items. So here's just some photos of some prepackaged baggies and pre-rolls. Full Moon is no longer in business. This business has closed. The second smoke shop we're highlighting is D's Smoke Shop in District 1. This inspection was also conducted alongside CDTFA. And here's just some photos of some illegal cannabis products seized. One of the primary moneymakers at this smoke shop is gambling machines, and the business owner admittedly told our staff that he's making over $6,000 a month just on these machines. And so that is a crime. So our police department did seize.
City Attorney, can you remind me what the fine is for this operation?
So for operating an illegal business, we don't necessarily cite for operating the business illegally. We will cite for violations that we see after giving them an opportunity to
So what was the
those
fine
violations.
amount?
For this particular business, I don't think, was this business fine? So what we typically do.
Is it more than $6,000?
Right. So the gambling we don't address. We let PD address the gambling portion criminally. CAP, we try to do it civilly through our notice and order process. So we give them a notice and order, an opportunity to cure the violations, and then when we come back, if they don't comply, we will issue a citation.
And my understanding is that when you guys are doing re-inspections, you're still finding the same violations, correct?
We are, yeah. And
So what does the fine structure look like? Is this sufficient to convince these folks to stop doing it, or is it worth their while since they're making this amount of cash?
So right now, we can cite $250 per violation.
Oh, in that case, I would run a casino every month, and it's
Right.
not, that's not a deterrent. So, City Attorney, are you planning to bring forward something that's a deterrent?
I think what the deterrent is seizing all of their illegal cannabis and all of their illegal tobacco. That is their money-making product, and by seizing that,
But they
is a
can
huge
restock and
financial-
start over.
They can, but it is at a huge financial loss for them. Sorry, were you going to say something? Sorry, okay, sorry. All right, and so multiple violations observed at D's included unpermitted electrical issues, altered structural walls, unsanitary conditions. It appeared that people were living there, and so we're happy to say that this business has also officially closed down. Royal Tea Smoke Shop is in District 7, and upon contacting this business owner, we learned that he was actually wanted for a homicide. And so he's operating this smoke shop, and so thankfully PD was there to arrest Mr. Andre Mayberry, who's operating this smoke shop. He also had some gaming machines that are unlawful, and then the cannabis and illegal tobacco products were hidden behind the counter. In addition, we recovered several magazines, 2 weapons, over $2,000 of cash. A ballistic vest was located. One of the 2 guns in this photo was actually converted to a fully automatic weapon with a high-capacity magazine.
City Attorney,
yes.
you continue to refer to these folks as businesses. Do all of them have a business license with the city?
Some of them do not. Some of them do not have a business license. Yeah, which is another one of the violations.
Got it. So, yeah, if they're engaging in illegal activity, they're probably not going to bother to pull a city business license.
Correct.
Thank you.
So again, we have to sever the criminal part of it and let PD handle that portion while CAP pursues the cannabis portion of it. The Spot Smoke Shop in District 4, we had been receiving complaints that this business was selling illegal tobacco to minors. So upon our very first inspection, which was in February, we did locate and seize cannabis as well as illegal tobacco products. The owner was cited, educated, and told what illegal products he was not allowed to sell. And then 4 months later, we came back in June, and they didn't learn their lesson. They continued to operate unlawfully. At that time, the business owner had directed his staff to not even let us conduct our inspection. They were asking us to leave. They wanted us out of there. But by then, our staff had viewed in full plain view from a public area all of the illegal products that they had in their shelves and on their display cases. And the majority of it was all illegal tobacco as well as cannabis products. So the decision was made to seize that. Here's a close-up photo of the shelves stocked with thousands of illegal tobacco products and then the illegal cannabis displayed in their display case. This photo really exhibits the concern that their marketing is very colorful, bright, with cartoon figures on them, which is very concerning because it does target our youth and our children. There was also a loaded weapon located under the cash register at this location, and the employee who was working at this at this smoke shop was a felon on parole at the time. They also had bins, prepackaged cannabis, and we were able to seize basically 15 boxes full of illegal products. So this slide here is just an example of how CDTFA relays the inventory after all of our inspections that we conduct with them. And so from the spot, we seized 15 boxes full of about 1,300 grams of flour, 1,700 units of cannabis products. That includes vapes, edibles, pre-rolls, at an estimated value of about $76,000. So that's really where it hurts them hard financially, is when we seize all their products. The police department was also able to seize the flavored tobacco from this location. Over 7,300 items were seized at an estimated value of over $91,000. And then this is just a photo before how the shelves looked, and then after with all the empty containers there. This slide is basically, because there was a question that came up with the Spot, with their, they appealed their citation. And as part of that, their attorney was arguing that we were not testing and that it was actually Delta 8 and not true cannabis. And so I wanted one of our inspectors to come up and explain what CDTFA does with the cannabis to show and test and prove that it is cannabis. So, Monica.
Good afternoon, council members. Monica Lisdell, former member with the CAP team. So this slide depicts an example of a lab verification that the CDTFA received after testing one of the products specifically seized at this location. These reports tend to have a photo of the product, just like you can see up there. On the upper left-hand corner and below, you can see the different types of cannabinoids detected in this specific product. Without getting too into detail about the different types of cannabinoids, you can see that this product tested positively for 3 different types of cannabinoids, with Delta 8 being the primary strain on this one. So Delta 8 THC happens to still be a regulated substance by definition for the state of California. That's why it was seized by the California Department of Tax and Fee. So this was all information that was provided to us by CDTFA.
I also wanted to ask George Valdez to come up and explain track and tracing, as that was an issue that came up in this case as well.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is George Valdez with the City of Fresno Code Enforcement Division. And I'd like to speak a little bit about the track and tracing that the state of California has in place to identify illegal labels and packaging material for cannabis. Basically, what occurs when we go to an inspection is the California Department of Tax and Fee has a small scanner that they can push on the identification code at the back of a package, and it'll identify that package from birth to cradle to grave, basically. And what it does is it identifies where exactly it generated from and where it was last sold. So these packages that are illegal are counterfeit packages that do not have that barcode, which they can never track. So that's pretty much exactly how CDTFA identifies contraband and counterfeit packaging. We have learned that these packages are coming from the Los Angeles area in Northern California, and that they usually sell them at printing shops for 10 cents a package, and they usually sell in bundles of 50 to 100. Those packages, when are scanned, do not provide any information for tracking purposes. The trace and tracking system is monitored by the California Cannabis Control from the state of California, and they are the ones that monitor and oversee that program. Thank you.
Thank you, George. All right, we're just going to go over two more smoke shops. Chinatown Smoke Shop. This was a nuisance business here in downtown. The police department had received numerous calls for services ranging from assaults to gambling. They had some unpermitted structural alterations, brand new unpermitted electrical sub-panel in the back room of this location, and it's important to note that there were operating businesses upstairs, so this causes an electrical hazard. They also had a gambling table with a cash-out doorbell located next to the door of that room, which our police department handled as a crime. And this is just a picture of the exterior electrical panels because this is an example of an electrical bypass. PG&E came out, shut the power off, and informed us that this is theft. This is electrical theft. And we are happy to say that this business is also now closed. The last smoke shop is Smoke City Vape and Smoke in District 1. This smoke shop, again, also has a lot of these illegal counterfeited cannabis flower baggies and tobacco products. Lots of cash was located, as well as, like I said, illegal tobacco and cannabis. So, an overview of the smoke shop inspections. Again, we've conducted 100 or so inspections, but a lot of the other violations include our public nuisance violations, zoning violations, unpermitted signage, unpermitted modifications. We've found minors under 21 tending the smoke shops, and then the sale of various other drugs, including hallucinogenic mushrooms, Valium, Viagra, and thankfully have yet to encounter the fentanyl yet. The Attorney General's office made a suggestion that we map out the smoke shops and then try and find out how much crime is surrounding those smoke shops within a half mile to a mile radius. And it was pretty profound to see. The red stars represent the smoke shops, and as you can see, there's a lot of crime surrounding those smoke shops. So at this time, we're going to talk about cultivation sites and our experience with inspecting those. And I'm going to hand it over to Erin Martin, our supervising deputy city attorney, who's been an integral piece of this team. She has developed all of our macros. Those are the legal blurbs that we put into our notices and our citations, and has just been a great guide to help and assist our team through a lot of the legal issues that we've had to encounter.
If I may, before she begins.
Sure.
Of all the smoke shops that you've inspected with violations, how many of them are permanently closed?
14.
So 14 of the 100?
14, correct. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you, Erica. Good afternoon, Council. Aaron Martin, Supervising Deputy City Attorney. Moving on to talk about cultivations. There have been 11 cultivation sites that CAP has visited in this first year of operation. These inspections are done along with several other agencies, including California Department of Cannabis Control, Fresno Police Department, of course, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, also Fresno Sheriff's Office, and Department of Tax and Fee Administration. So there's several involved in each of these. Through this process with these 11 sites, there were over 5,300 plants that were abated and destroyed. Translating that into money, 5,300 plants is roughly just under $16 million worth of illegal cannabis that will now not be sold on the black market. In addition, the DCC did, through these processes, also seize dry cannabis flower in an amount of just over 186 pounds. Looking at some specific sites, we've got one in D7, Grow More. This was a joint investigation that began with CAP and DCC, resulted in a warrant that DCC obtained and authored. The assisting agencies in this one were Fresno PD, DFW, and CDTFA. Here is a photo showing some of the 811 cannabis plants that were located and abated at this property. There were also 121 pounds of the dry flower seized by the DCC. One of the things that you can see in this photo here that you'll see in most cultivation sites is there is a lot of modifications that have been done. These are illegal alterations. They're structural, definitely electrical being the most common, and also plumbing as well. Moving into D3 at this Church Avenue property, this was another joint investigation that began with CAP and the DCC, also resulted in a warrant authored by the DCC. This one, we had assisting agencies that included the Sheriff's Office and DFW. And in this photo, you see some of the 2,288 cannabis plants that were destroyed. Also, hazardous electrical, very common in these cultivation site locations. Here, there was a electrical bypass, which essentially is stolen electricity. So it's hazardous and it's theft. This photo shows a trimming and packing station that was found at this cultivation site, and I will note that in this case, the property owner was issued a citation in the amount of $2,288,000. Also at this site, the DCC that was present, some of the attendants for the cultivation site were actually arrested at this time as well. Next site being in D4 on Lansing Way. This one was a Fresno PD warrant. Assisting agencies included DCC, ATF, and FSO. And in this one, there were 760 plants that were abated and destroyed. Again, you'll see alterations, structural as well as plenty of electrical illegal alterations. Here's a photo of a weighing and packing station. And then once again, the photo on the left side depicts another electrical bypass, so again, stolen electricity. And the photo on the right is hazardous chemicals that were found stored at this site. It was determined that there was chemical contamination on site, and as a result, Fresno HIDTA was called out to handle the contamination issue. In this case, there was a citation issued by CAP to the property owner in the amount of $760,000. The last cultivation site that we'll talk about today is 1015 Jones. This is a residential property. Again, this began with Fresno PD with a warrant. And inside, there were found to be 558 cannabis plants. Again, all were abated and destroyed. And per usual with these locations, more electrical and structural alterations that are illegal. In this case, the photo on the right, you'll see there was a weapon located as well. And on the left, this was another packing station that was in the kitchen of this residence. And at that packing station, there were also additional narcotics found, including methamphetamines. And this property owner was issued a fine by CAP in the amount of $558,000. And this property owner has entered into a compliance agreement with the city. Now, illegal cultivation certainly has several different types of impacts on our community, and one of those significant impacts is environmental. There's highly toxic and banned pesticides that are used and misused in operation of these sites. Also hazardous chemicals that expose anyone present to potential chemical exposure. That would include the agencies and representatives that are going in and inspecting and abating. Overconsumption of electricity is guaranteed in all of these locations, and most of the time that's going to be stolen electricity. Also, large concentrations of hazardous waste are draining into our wastewater system as a result of these illegal operations. Of course, as previously mentioned in this presentation as well, there's a prevalent criminal component to any cultivation sites as well. There's human trafficking known to be frequently involved, all types of groups of organized crime. Large sums of money, you've seen photographs, are present and involved, which also leads to several weapons that are used to guard both the cash and the illegal product. And these sites are a very large contributor to the black market, which certainly we are trying to minimize the negative cultivation impacts in our community. And with that said, I will hand it back over to Erica. There you go.
No problem. All right, now I wanted to segue into this private business, was operating as a private golf club, members only type of a business. Interestingly, this business that was operating in a commercial district was operating with no permits, no licenses from the city of Fresno, from the Fresno County Public Health, from ABC. They had a full-on bar and kitchen and had numerous violations that we'll go through. This is a photo of the fully stocked bar area that they had with the menu offering all kinds of drinks and food. You see the kitchen there, so they were handling food, again, without any permits. They also had cannabis on display for sale, jars of cannabis packaged for resale, and approximately 65 pounds of cannabis was seized by the DCC in this operation. They also had prescription labels that were, I guess, to disguise the marijuana to make it look like it was medical cannabis with no physician's name on them or medical facility on them. This is an example of our citation that we issue. We've issued a total of upward of $5.2 million total that we've issued, and then billed over $16,000 in just our staff's admin time.
If I may, City Attorney,
Sure.
on that, my understanding is that everyone that's been caught selling this stuff has appealed their fines, and that our appeal officer now is looking to facilitate those hearings years out. Who's in charge of the appeals officer in our government structure?
The independent administrative hearing officer is independent, but they're contracted with the city through the city manager's office.
So who determines whether, if he's unable, unwilling, or overwhelmed with these false appeals from these citations, does he get to determine whether he adds more capacity, or do we get to determine to hire another appeals officer? How does that work?
I would defer to the city manager.
Can you just get back to me on that? It doesn't have to be on the spot.
Sure.
But I am concerned, and I'd like to get an answer, because if he's going to schedule appeals out a year, 2 years out, and let these folks continue to sell millions of dollars worth of drugs and illegal paraphernalia while they appeal their citations, then I either want a new appeals officer or more appeals officers.
So the appeals do not stay our enforcement. We continue to enforce even pending the appeals, and we'll continue to reinspect pending the appeals.
Yeah, but my concern is, if they get to appeal their $1 million fine for a year to 2 years, they're raking in the cash by still engaging in that behavior without having to pay the consequence of that citation. So I'd like an answer on the capacity of the appeals officer and whether we need to add resources or change appeals officers.
All right. So as we get into the concluding slides of our presentation, just wanted to talk about the common theme that the team is seeing throughout these inspections, one of which is pretty concerning, is that some of these smoke shops are now starting to rebrand their business, trying to convert them into mini markets or clothing stores. We've found numerous verified gang members associated with several of these businesses. An increase in these pop-up cannabis sessions that are going on throughout the city, and large amounts of cash. These are just common themes that we're finding. This is an example of a smoke shop transition. You may recall Sell's Smoke Shop was a fully operational smoke shop, but after one of our inspections, he was able to come down to finance and change the characterization of his business, and now it's Sell's Market. So he did that conveniently so that he can avoid the upcoming ordinance that we're working on to really hone down on those regulations. And so looking at his business from an aerial view on the left, as you can see, the large rectangular portion on top is a private area in that business. But the two boxes next to each other, the yellow and the red, the yellow portion outlined represents what he has described as the market, whereas the red portion, which is just under that 50% threshold, is full-on smoke shop. And so his ability to rebrand that way is very concerning, and so it's a trend that we're finding, and we're going to be having some discussions internally on how we can curb this problem. And so this is our last slide, and just kind of recapping what we've done throughout the year. Again, very successful with all of our inspections. We've been able to close down 14 smoke shops since the start of the program. But looking forward, we know that there's a lot more that we can do. There's a lot more smoke shops we can inspect and hold accountable. We would probably need some more manpower, obviously, and then additional training. I always am about training and making sure that our team is up to date with the law and with what's consistent with other cities throughout the state, as well as the trends regarding cannabis. In addition, we know that the smoke shop ordinance is going to be coming through soon, and so we want to be able to enforce in that capacity as best as we can with more tools available if we can. So with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Erica. We're going to start first with Council Vice President.
Hi, Erica. That was a very thorough presentation. I wish I had constructive criticism. I really don't. Your department continues to do a great job, whether it's related to code or related to other issues, but especially with this issue. And I want to compliment the city attorney, but your entire team, as well as our partners in police and fire. I'm glad to have our POP officer from Northwest and Sergeant Hardy from Northwest as well. We've had some issues in my district with some of these similar issues in very sensitive areas near schools, and you've always been on it. So thank you so much for all your work. I know there's a particular principal out there that really appreciates you too. So keep it up. I love to criticize you, but I can't. So great job. Thank you, Erica.
No problem. Thank you.
Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Erica. I do think your presentation is extremely thorough, and I would recommend to the city attorney that he make the same presentation to the Chamber of Commerce. When we brought forward the draft of the smoke shop policy, they were opposed to it on this basis that they believed that the industry was all legitimate and they were all legitimate businesses and there was nothing to see here. Clearly, even though we've been telling them for 2 years that that's not the case and that this industry has been extremely detrimental to neighborhoods, I think it's important for us to circle back, at least with the governance committee, and receive this presentation and demonstrate to them that we literally have a problem that we're trying to attend to, because as you mentioned, the smoke shop policy is coming forward, which leads me to, I believe in the smoke shop policy, we talked about adding a fee, a license fee to be able to pay for the inspections of these establishments. Your current work right now, it's my understanding that it's completely funded through grant funds, right?
No, not CAP. CAP is not grant funded.
Is that all general fund?
It's all general fund. In fact, so we had to move bodies from traditional code compliance into CAP, and so for this past year, they've handled both CAP inspections as well as their traditional code cases, and we realized they can't do that. It's just overwhelming. So
we're pulling resources away from existing code enforcement
Correct.
demands to deal with this industry.
Correct.
Could you give me a number of what the cost so far has been to enforce for all the inspections? What's been the total cost? Because when we bring forward the policy, we have to have a nexus to justify the fee structure that we're going to put in place for these businesses that do exist. And I think that's going to be a really good baseline number to assess what it actually costs to continuously inspect someone when they continue to break the rules. Secondly, the smoke shops, so based on the tools that you currently have, you've only been able to successfully shut down 14 of them, correct?
Correct.
And the folks that you have cited have now tried to redefine themselves as a grocery store market.
We know of one that has.
Yeah. Which brings me to my other concern. I spend some time with the unhoused when I visit these shelters on a weekly basis, and this last couple of days I've been in the shelters quite a bit. And what they shared with me was the fact that the 3 smoke shops in Tower, the smoke shop on North Olive, west of Circle K, the smoke shop on South Olive across the street from Circle K, the smoke shop on Belmont and Van Ness, northwest corner, that those 3 smoke shops are all operating gambling rooms behind artificial walls, and the unhoused are taking their monthly stipends or government assistance and go to those places. I made it a point to visit a couple of them yesterday, and what was astonishing to me is that now we have teenagers inside these places actively buying vape pens and actively waiting for parents or families to finish their gambling exercise inside these facilities. I know those shops have been inspected. I know they've been cited. The other smoke shop on Olive and Palm and Olive and Fruit have all been, caught engaged in this legal activity, but yet they all continue to operate. Is there anything under current code that the police department can just shut them down, that the city can just shut them down? Or are we going to have to pass the smoke shop policy to give you the different set of tools? Like, how many times does somebody get to misbehave before we shut down their business?
Yeah, so just to add to what Erica said, our approach is to not only fine the operator, we also cite the property owner as well. But we've seen over the last couple of months a lot of these property owners putting pressure on their tenants to come into compliance. And I know of at least 2 locations that have been noticed by their landlord that they're going to be shut down. So I think we're going to continue to see more shut down, but absolutely we could definitely use more tools from the council in terms of legislation to.
What's the city attorney's current authority to cite a property owner for continuous violations by the tenant? Like, how bad can you make it hurt for the property owner if the tenant continuously sells illegal drugs to minors and cannabis?
If they're selling illegal drugs, that would be a crime. This is illegal cannabis, but under the program, civilly, we can cite them $250 per violation.
Mm-hmm.
That's
including the property owner. Is that the limit?
That is correct. With the exception of cultivation, right? Cultivation, we have a code that specifically says $1,000 per plant. We don't have that currently in our smoke shop ordinance.
So can you make a note on the smoke shop ordinance that for us to develop a component that also mirrors a cannabis municipal code around a fine per product that can be applied to the tenant and to the landlord? Because
the $1,000 per
yeah,
plant
these
is in
guys
the code.
they're so cheap to open. There's so much cash being made, and they're so hard to catch up, and we're having to pull resources from real code enforcement issues to deal with this illicit, industry. So those are my questions. Thank you for your work, and I do appreciate the work that you guys have done, and I would ask you to follow up with those smoke shops that I referred. They don't seem to care. There's been a lot of folks outside, and the ones in Tower specifically have now been overwhelmed with the Bulldog Gang that now openly waits outside and engages in the drug dealing outside of the door.
Okay, we will do that.
Councilmember, I want to see if I follow your last point. It's for cannabis cultivators, illegal cannabis cultivators, we issue a fine per plant.
Correct.
Is that right? And your suggestion is to issue a fine per illegal product within a smoke shop. Okay. Yeah, I would support that as well. For Cell's Smoke Shop, the transition to the market. Have we been back since that transition has happened? And do we know if any illegal products are within that smaller footprint?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Michael Carbajal. I'm a Community Revitalization Specialist with City of Fresno Code Enforcement. We did do a reinspection at Sal's Community, or Sal's Market is what they're branded as now. Their seller's permit for the state for tax and fee administration was suspended. They were not operating at a smoke shop at that time. As a smoke shop at that time, CDTFA performed a undercover operation to ensure that they were not selling tobacco, and they did not sell tobacco. The code violations there were removed. They permitted all of the violations that were initially observed, and they are in compliance in terms of code enforcement.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
What is the punishment for if you're a business that is conducting illegal gambling?
Illegal gambling, it's a misdemeanor for the state of California, so it's 6 months in jail or it's a $1,000 fine, and obviously we prosecute that through the state. Our vice unit takes care of that. We don't really deal with that in the districts. The other problem with it is it's a misdemeanor not committed in our presence, so we have to actually observe illegal gambling to occur to make that happen. How we've been dealing with that in the Northwest District of Fresno, we've been seizing the gambling equipment, all the money that's associated with the gambling equipment, and then Detective Hodge has been issuing multiple violations to the actual property owner, so that way we can hold the, because usually the smoke shops are just renting the businesses in long-term contracts. So that's how we've been dealing with it in our part of the city.
Okay. And this could happen in a barber shop. So this would be the same case no matter what type of business this activity would be.
Right. The one I'm actually thinking about is like a barber shop / smoke shop. Yeah.
Okay. I see. Thank you.
No problem.
One more question. How do we select, for city attorney, how do we select locations? Do we go by call data, or can a council member request an inspection?
I would prefer to talk about that offline. I don't want to reveal sort of our investigative tactics.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, thank you, City Attorney, to you and your team. Great job, Erica. This was a very comprehensive overview of this program, and you can see that we have vast successes so far in the little time that we have been conducting these activities. So good work.
Thank you very much. There was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears by the team putting this together, so thank you to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Last presentation for the day is going to be a workshop. This is a Measure C progress report. This is sponsored by myself. And this is one of the last items between us and trick-or-treating, so we're going to try to be concise with this presentation. For those who don't know, Measure C is a half-cent sales tax aimed at improving the overall quality of life for our county's transportation system. In its first 20 years alone, Measure C delivered almost $1 billion of infrastructure improvements countywide, so within all of our 15 cities and county footprint. This measure does sunset in 2027. I am looking forward to its renewal. I will be watching the process very closely, and I look forward to getting more involved in the success of the next measure. So with that, today we have Terry and Robert from FCTA and Fresno COG, respectively. Gentlemen, I'm going to hand over the presentation to you both.
Thank you, Council President. Yes, my name is Robert Phipps, Executive Director with Fresno Council of Governments. With me, Terry Ogle, Executive Director with Fresno County Transportation Authority, and we're here to provide you with an update. We hope that this is the first of several occasions we'll have to speak in front of you and your constituents on Measure C as we begin the renewal process for 2026. Can we have the next slide, please? So as we mentioned, or as Council President mentioned, many of you are very familiar already with Measure C, first established in 1986. Fresno County is one of the initial self-help counties in the state, not the first, but one of the first. And of course, the magic of Measure C in terms of aside from what it has generated itself, $2 billion over in just the last iteration, 20 years, but $8 billion in total that it's managed to leverage region-wide across all of its programs. And the way that it's evolved over time from a measure that began with primarily focused on regional freeways, highways, building out our freeway system that was incomplete, segmented, and focusing on maintenance, to a newer version in 2006 that began looking more at other forms of transportation, other modes, including transit, alternative transportation modes, bicycles, pedestrian, alternative transportation, transit-oriented development, and others. So in total, Fresno, the Measure C has provided Fresno County with safe, efficient transportation infrastructure that has helped us better access health care, emergency services, education, jobs, and improve our quality of life overall. So currently, under the existing measure, we have 35% that goes directly to local agencies for road maintenance and street repair, and another $15 million for transit each year, with 1.8 for trails and pedestrian facilities, totaling $155 million and $18.9 million respectively over the last 17 years. So again, this is a roundup of where we are up until today. We have about another 3 years of the current measure with a sunset official sunset of 2026, which is what we're going to be working on. We've begun the process of the renewal effort for 2026. Next slide, please. So this shows you the regional program in particular that is broken into both an urban and rural segments, and then within each of those we have tiers of projects. This is the urban tier 1 project. You can see each one of the dots represented by a letter and a number representing a major regional project that has been or is underway already. Next slide, please. Probably the most prominent of which, I'm sure you're very familiar, most recently opened the Veterans Boulevard project, $140 million interchange that again kind of transformed the northwest region of Fresno and paved the way for additional capacity and reduce congestion, particularly at the Herndon interchange. Next slide, please. So a similar map of the rural projects, again, from the Tier 1 list to show that this measure, has impacted and lifted all boats throughout the region, both urban and rural. We have, as much as it's done in the urban areas, Fresno, Clovis, so too has it benefited our rural neighbors, and they derive considerable benefit from Measure C as well. Next slide, please. And then finally for me, before I hand it over to Terry, this is a breakdown of what the measure looks like today. Again, very, very different from the original measure in 1986. This expenditure plan breakdown with 34.6% or almost 35% going, as I mentioned, to local transportation, passed in 2006 with 78% of the vote. Again, a little over 30% in the regional transportation program, and then 24% in the public transit program, making up the bulk of the expenditures, but which is not to exclude the alternative transportation, environmental transportation, TOD, school bus replacements, programs, as well as the 1.5 for administration and planning. And with that, let me turn it over to Terry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council President and council members. I want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to come and present to you today. I've met individually with each one of you, and so I appreciate that opportunity, and I also appreciate the time that we have this afternoon. We've been going throughout the entire county, Fresno County, making a presentation similar to this to all of the city councils in each of the cities, the 15 incorporated cities within the county, and sharing a little bit of information, educating them on what we're doing as far as Measure C is concerned. Picking up with this slide here, 34% of the almost 35% of the current measure was for street repair and for local transportation or street maintenance. And in the 2022 proposal that did not pass, that number was even higher. It was 50% with another 12% or approximately 12% going toward flexible spending for each of the local agencies, making that total from 35% up to about 62% in the measure that did not pass in 2022. And so I'd like to give you a little bit of statistics about what we're finding from the surveys and what we're finding from some of the information that we're gathering. And this information comes from the SB1 information that was presented back in 2018 for repair of road repairs and things like that. So if we can go to the next slide, please. What it says there is approximately 93% of all home and work commute trips in Fresno County occur in a car or truck. Every trip by car, bus, bicycle, or even foot begins and ends on a local street. A properly functioning, well-maintained local road or street system is critical for safety and mobility of the public, emergency responders, law enforcement, agriculture, commerce needs, and everyday users. The current pavement condition index in our region is 65%, which has fallen from 74 back in 2008. If the pavement rehabilitation needs are not met in the next 10 years, and again, this survey, remember, was in 2018, in 10 years, the PCI in our region will drop to 53. And so the PCI is an index that's used to evaluate pavement condition. It goes from 0 to 100. 100 to 70 is considered good condition. 50 to 70 is considered at risk. 50 to 30 is considered poor, and anything below a 20 is considered a failure. If consistent funding and percentage, if without consistent funding, the percentage of roads in a failed condition will continue to increase over time. In the past 17 years, the Measure C has helped close that funding gap with almost 35% going to local maintenance and local street repairs. In addition, a study was done by the American Society of Civil Engineers. In 2021, they do a report card on America's infrastructure. And they do that every 4 years, and so the last one was done in 2021, and they'll do another one in 2025. What they say is America's streets and roads are critical for moving an ever-increasing number of people and goods. The nation's highways and roadways still move 72% or $17 trillion of our nation's goods. While for traffic fatalities have been on decline, over 36,000 people are still dying on our nation's roads every year. And the study shows that the number of pedestrian fatalities is on the rise. 43% of our public roadways are in poor condition, and more than 45,000 U.S. bridges are also in poor condition. The U.S. Economic Forum ranks the United States 13th when it comes to overall conditions of infrastructure. Now, what does all that mean to Fresno? Can I go to the next slide, please? This is just a summary of what Measure C in the current measure has brought to the city of Fresno. The column in the middle is the total numbers for each of these categories: street maintenance, flexible funding, pedestrian trails, airports, bikes, and ADA. And on the right, the column on the right is what is the funding that comes to the city of Fresno, and this is dated back to 2022, 2023 fiscal year, is where those numbers come from. And I won't read all of those numbers, but the total pass-through funds to the city of Fresno is $186 million, and that's about 18.52 for the fiscal year 22-23. In addition to that, the FACTS over this same 17-year period has received $155.5 million, and in 2022 that equated to $15.2 million. In addition to that, as Robert was talking about, the regional program, $211 million for the regional transportation program, the TOD, 11.9, and in the new technology, $9.5 million. Next slide, please. This is just a list of the projects that Measure C is funded in the regional program. And as Robert had mentioned, the Veterans Boulevard project is the one on the top that receives $67.3 million in Measure C funds. The next one is the State Route 99 North Cedar project, which is still in development, $67.2 million. And then the Blackstone-McKinley grade separation is $58.5 million. And then there's a number of projects that are significantly less than that's identified. And then there's a number of projects that are under $2 million that I didn't list on this slide because there was quite a few of them. But the total of the program for the measure that we're under is $270 million has come to these projects in the regional program. Next slide, please. And this is our last slide. Council President, as you mentioned, this Measure C is set to expire in 2027. FCTA and COG are beginning the efforts to place the Measure C renewal on the ballot in November of 2026. The second renewal of Measure C has the potential to raise $2.8 billion to $5 billion, depending on the duration and the escalation rates. Those numbers, I've backed those numbers off a little bit because the last 3 years, what we have anticipated and estimated for revenue that's generated has not come into where we had estimated it. And so I backed those numbers off to be a little bit more conservative. You've heard numbers probably between $4 billion and $7 billion, but it took a little conservative approach since we haven't been hitting our target in the last 3 years. Measure C will continue to invest in the much-needed roadway and street repairs, controlling congestion, improving air quality, transport goods, and provide mobility for all of Fresno County residents. In addition, MC3 needs to be a little bit more forward-thinking on how we do transit, what impact the high-speed rail station will have on our local transportation. We need to look at alternative transportations such as maybe a light rail or bus rapid corridors and other commute options that will still help maintain while we still help to maintain our county's 6,000 miles of roads and streets. And finally, our goal is to work with all interested parties in developing a Measure C renewal program that addresses our current transportation needs while preparing for the next 20 to 30 years. And with that, I thank you for your time, and Robert and I are here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much to you both. Up first, I do have Council Vice President Carbasi.
Mr. Phipps, if you've been here earlier, you would have seen me as a science officer from Star Trek, so he's a fellow Trekkie. So I can say, go ahead. Working with COG this past year, and I thank the mayor for allowing me to be his alternate to that board, I have learned a whole heck of a lot, especially in light of the former version of Measure C that unfortunately didn't make it. What I've learned is how critical Measure C is to not just Fresno, but really to our rural communities, especially communities on the west side like Kerman and Mendota. if Measure C didn't pass, God forbid, it would be hard for this city. There'd be great projects we've accomplished that we wouldn't be able to accomplish. Maybe we'd find a way to survive. I don't know how some of these communities like Fowler and Orange Cove would make it. It would wipe out their entire public works budget. So this is really concerning. And over the few times we've discussed it at COG, to see the support of the different mayors there for Measure C and the disappointment they had that it didn't pass, that really left an impression on me. I really look forward to the conversation to craft a new Measure C that not only meets the needs of the community paying into this tax, but can also pass. Because it requires what percentage to pass?
It is subject to the 2/3 threshold, so 66.7%.
Right, and it has been able to pass before, and this would not be a new tax, it would be an extension of a current sales tax.
Correct.
Okay. I think that during the conversation, some of the data we've received through COG, we know that Clovis and North Fresno voted against Measure C, whereas according to the survey, Democrats, residents in South Fresno, and young voters overwhelmingly supported Measure C. That's what the survey indicated. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So had it been up to them, it would have passed. The problem I have here is there is an issue because of politics. Some of the advocacy groups that were trying to negotiate a different version of Measure C, I suppose didn't get what they wanted and basically targeted North Fresno and Clovis voters that are conservative and appealed to them to kill that tax. The dichotomy is, even though those groups claim to support the will of residents in impoverished areas, primarily where they target in South Fresno and rural communities, even though we know the voters they claim to represent supported it, they actually took a picture of a supervisor that's a Tea Party member and sent it up north and said, kill this tax. Is that accurate? Let me ask you a question. Was there a mailer that was paid for by some of these groups with the picture of a supervisor basically asking them not to support Measure C?
I have heard that.
Okay.
I cannot speak to that
I've seen
personally.
it, but I appreciate that. Okay. All right. So there's a bit of a dichotomy there, and there's a reason why I mentioned that. I think for this final go-around, it's really important that we work with people that want to work in good faith, that actually represent people, voters. There are a lot of community groups out there that they're going to come to the table, and we're going to work with folks to negotiate a version of Measure C that can pass. It's really important, it has our values, but it has to pass as well. And there was, in the last meeting, or meeting before, there was a survey done that was about community priorities.
And that was through the Regional Transportation Plan.
Right.
That feeds into the measure, yes.
Yeah, which I was surprised, and it was very representative. I think there were over 3,000 respondents. It was fairly proportional to, let's say, the population of Kerman versus Fresno. And it really gave me a glimpse into some of the priorities. I was surprised, for example, ag land preservation ranked pretty high with some communities, including Fresno. But mass transit, I think electrical charging was the least ranked in some of the communities. So I know there are priorities that some of these groups are pushing, but there's also the political reality. And there's a reason why these folks targeted North Fresno conservatives to get them to kill this thing. If we're going to ask folks to vote for a tax extension, then we're going to have to also be fair and appeal to what would actually be palatable, so we don't open ourselves up to another move by some of these groups. I think that seems kind of logical, but as Spock would say, that's logical. But let's see where we go from there. So what I don't want to see in this final go-around is us to waste more time negotiating with people that have no intention of negotiating in good faith. This is something that doesn't affect you, but in the city of Fresno, there was a court case that basically created a housing moratorium in the city of Fresno. And some of these groups, and I'm going to mention them, Leadership Council, for example, they're the reason why it's going to cost more to rent and buy homes in the city of Fresno. These are the same people that want to come to the table and negotiate with us and threaten us with lawsuits that end up hurting middle-class and poor families in this community. So I'm sick and tired of negotiating with people that don't want to negotiate. I don't know what they want at this point. I don't care what they want. We've got to pass this tax, because if we got to pass this new measure and extend it. If we don't do it, you're going to see a lot of crippling infrastructure all over this county. So I can tell you from this particular council member, I'm going to look to see what's in the final version. I'm going to want something that's going to be able to be supported by my residents and the residents that didn't support it the last time. It has to be responsible. But I want to send a message. I am not willing to cede any control to an unelected body. I know they're pushing for that. Every mayor on COG is elected. Every council member here works hard and is elected. To give that power away to unelected people with an agenda that we've now learned get funded by the Kresge Foundation and the California Endowment and money from out of town to sue us into submission and to raise the cost of housing, to take jobs away from this community, I can't support that. So I'm open to any community organization that wants to come to the table and negotiate in good faith. But if you're going to basically practice economic terrorism, I'm going to completely shut you out. So that's my take on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you, Council Vice President. I have no other council members punched up, so I have a couple questions, and I will echo some of your sentiments. Council Vice President, I believe if this Measure C is not extended, it will decimate a lot of the local economies in Fresno County. The Sangers, the Selmas, the Parliers of the world will not have the funds to keep their roadways in the condition they need to keep the quality of life for their residents. Right now, our ARPA funding is running out, and that's been one of the primary funding sources to fix roads in my district. And so I'm going to be at the mercy fighting with my colleagues to see if we can squeeze CDBG, squeeze SB1 gas tax dollars, but there's not much out there right now for us. And so I get calls, emails, texts every single day asking for road repaving to occur, asking for improvements in our bus system. And it scares me to death if this measure is not passed. And so I will repeat it. I am going to be very actively engaged in this renewal effort because we have no choice but to ensure that we pass a new measure. And there's no one that knows Fresno better than us and the people that elected us to make these really tough decisions. And so I'm going to be working closely with my constituents to see what their priorities are. No one knows Sanger better than Sanger. No one knows Selma better than Selma. And so I'm really going to put a lot of faith into the elected bodies that are there because they are there to make these really important decisions about what is in the best interests of their communities. I think I might have a question or two in a couple minutes, but at this time, I'm going to let Councilmember Arias say a few words.
Thank you, Council President. You know, in my tenure as a council member, I've supported the passage of Measure M, the passage of Measure P for parks, the passage of Measure Z for the zoo, the current bonds for the community college district, but I've also opposed Measure G that privatized garbage in Fresno, the last version of Measure C, and Measure E that wanted to tax Fresno County residents only to fund and fix Fresno State at $1 billion cost. I say that to say, clearly I oppose the last version of Measure C. And for those folks who want to shrink the room in the development of the next plan, I would caution them. Because what has been demonstrated time over time as it relates to Measure C and the others is a small group of people can have a significant impact. This last Measure C, more money was raised against it than for it. Frankly speaking, Measure C has failed in the past because the room was too small. And it only passed after the room got bigger in terms of people at the table. There was an item before the FCTA board that referenced that the next version of Measure C would be led by the Chamber of Commerce because they had proven to pass it. It's not accurate. It was the chamber who led to its failure, and it wasn't until the room was expanded with community groups and the plan was modified that it obtained 78% pass rate. As the professional staff, I would advise you that as you hear all of us, including myself, in our soapboxes, that you appreciate that the one-room politics is you're supposed to expand the group, not shrink it. If you fail to expand the amount of constituents, you will end up in the wrong side of the election results. And I do have some very specific questions and concerns as you develop these plans. because as noted, some of my colleagues don't want only elected officials to be involved in the development of this plan. I would caution against that too, because it's my understanding that you guys have already met with special interest groups. The Chamber of Commerce is a special interest group. So is a building association. So is the Rotary Club. So it is every other group that it is my expectation that you all meet with, including the community-based organizations, Leadership Council, and Building Healthy Communities, because that is the strategy to expand the room and the base of support. Great. If this measure is led by the Chamber of Commerce, I can tell you, simple research would tell you, that the vast majority of their elections that they weighed in the last 10 years have lost, both in supporting political candidates and in campaign initiatives of taxes, Measure E being an example of that, Measure Z being a recent example of it. The chamber is not what it used to be in terms of having a pulse on the diversity that Fresno now represents in its constituents and residents. I do welcome them being at the table like anyone else, but they should in no way be running the table. If they are, I think it's going to put some of us in a very interesting predicament to allow them to dictate what gets built and where it gets built. In terms of components of the measure, are you guys aware of how many cities in the county already have their own transportation measure?
I believe it's roughly half.
Correct. So half of the cities in the county are already self-taxing themselves.
Correct.
For transportation, right? So to a notion that without Measure C they have no transportation funds, that would not be accurate. Are you aware of how many cities are already maxed out in their taxation capacity?
I want to say two.
Three of them, right?
Okay.
So the conversation that I want you guys to be aware of, and the possibility and exposure, is any given Thursday, this body and the mayor can decide to put their own measure on the ballot. And I believe you guys are convinced, as I am, that if the city was to do its own measure, it would essentially undermine the passage of a countywide measure. Correct?
Correct.
And our only windows are going to be in the general of 2026. We too, as a city, as has been noted, are cash strapped. There'll be conversations about whether we pursue a public safety tax measure, just the way Clovis has on the ballot now. I was talking to Mayor Mendota, and he said that, and the Mayor Parlier, about how it's unfair that the city of Fresno would even consider its own measure. And I reminded him, you already passed yours. So did you, Parlier. So you're in a position to engage in self-help, but we're not. And I also want to put on the record that the city of Fresno contributes more revenue to Measure C than it gets back. The biggest loser, if Measure C is not a countywide measure, are two constituencies. The city of Clovis, because without Measure Z, they could not fund their enormous expansion plans and interchanges and making Temperance a freeway, and the county of Fresno supervisors, because without the measure, they would actually have to charge development fees to maintain ag roads that are currently not maintained. And if they want an industrial park, then they would have to pay for that out of the general fund. And follow the logic, the end result would be they would have far less cash to pay for the correctional officer salaries and the sheriff salaries and pensions that are already underwater in their operation. So I want to just be clear and full transparency that, in my view, if we shrink the room, if we don't genuinely address the concerns that we have raised as an urban center around the limitations of the current measure and other drafts, then we will see competing efforts. You already have a developing competing effort with community-based organizations, and they have the benefit of a lowest approval threshold than we would as government placing on the ballot. They essentially are better positioned than we are, and have demonstrated to be able to obtain the resources to engage in that passage. On the specifics, here's what concerns me. Your predecessors, not you, made it very clear that they did not value public transportation. Because as 60, 70-year-old white men, they never use the bus. And in their view, everybody takes their car to work. I hope you don't share the same sentiments, that you don't value public transit. But the evidence is clear. Just this week, there was a report that we have some of the best commute times to work in the country, thanks to the development of roadways. But we also have some of the worst pedestrian deaths in the country because of the lack of sidewalks and safe routes to schools and pedestrian infrastructure. I don't see a measure that doesn't take that into consideration, that will continue to make the list of high pedestrian deaths while continuing to add more miles of the road. And speaking of miles, you mentioned the grading of roads. You're right. If we do nothing, the grading gets worse. But it also gets worse if we add more miles of road without any maintenance money. So I want to be very cautious of how many miles of roads we're getting. Give you an example. The current measure does not guarantee that the city of Fresno receive money to maintain the freeways that Measure C built. We have to argue with our Public Works Department director who wants to use park money to fix the landscape on those freeways. Because under the agreement, it becomes Caltrans property, right? We all know Caltrans doesn't have extra money for more miles of freeway. So I don't see how we proceed with the measure that doesn't recognize that as being a problem. Why should it cost Fresno residents money from their Parks Department to maintain the landscape and replace trees on a freeway that Measure C built and that is benefiting every county resident that uses them, not just the city of Fresno? Why should the city of Fresno's general fund pay for the homeless encampments to be cleaned up on the freeway that Measure C built and that Reedley, Clovis, and everyone else that drives them benefits from? And I would say the same thing for the rural areas. If you build 180 further and there's encampments, Sanger should have money from Measure C to clean them up and maintain them. Mendota and Kermit should have the same. On the last point I want to make on this is there's, in my view, some serious conversations that have to be had around some of the other components on the promises made and promises kept. For example, recently, you all had a discussion about the $100 million for the West Side cities and them keeping $45 million and $45 million-ish going to other potential projects. I've already heard from the West Side mayors that they're interpreting that as us breaking a promise. And then they're interpreting that as urban Fresno trying to make a money grab. If, in my view, if we don't complete the current measure as it was intended and promised in its full spirit, we're going to set ourselves up for the room to be smaller than it was this last time in terms of supporters. So as the council president mentioned, she'll be very engaged, as will I. And as you know, I'm not shy about putting my money where my mouth is and using the platform that I have for the neighborhoods that I believe have been left behind in what we need to do with and right by them. And I'm okay with the city receiving less revenue than it generates for the benefit of the region, but I'm not okay with bureaucrats tying our hands on us not being able to fix the complete street, add a bike lane, pedestrian lighting, curbs and sidewalks on tax dollars meant to fix roadways because the county doesn't do that in their jurisdiction. We should have full flexibility of the allocation for us with no strings attached by anyone but the elected body. Because ultimately, we answer to the public, and I am tired of having to explain to people that we need 5 funding sources to fix a broken sidewalk. Because somebody in the Board of Supervisors that doesn't have term limits decided that allowing us that ability would mean that less ag roads would be fixed in their neck of the woods. Thank you again, and I wish the best of luck. I'll be fully engaged, and I am hopeful that we can reach a more collaborative compromise to get to a renewal, because it is in everybody's interest to have Measure C renewed, but it is a balancing act of interest and a real policy, technical changes that I think people need to see. And congratulations, both of you, on your appointments.
Thank you. Thank you, Council.
I agree, Councilmember, that this will be mutually beneficial for everyone if this is passed. And then for the record, I do support a regional Measure C for the betterment of our entire Central Valley. Can someone remind me who is our Fresno COG appointee? Is that the mayor? And you're the second. And who is our FCTA rep?
Council member, there's actually only one Fresno COG rep. It's the mayor, but his alternate is Councilmember Carbasi.
Correct. Okay. And FCTA? And when are these appointments up? December?
Council appointee is August, and then I represent the city.
Understood. Okay. All right. Council Vice President.
For anyone wondering, my soapbox is palm olive. There was some good conversation from all of my colleagues here today, and I really appreciate the presentation. I just want to clarify. In 2022, I don't think we've ever had more folks at the table to negotiate a measure. There haven't been more public meetings than in 2022. We even had a council subcommittee. I was on that subcommittee. My colleague who just spoke was on there. And actually, the measure was held up so we can incorporate all the concerns to build a global Measure C that actually included a lot of the issues these interest groups wanted. And many of them negotiated in good faith, but a couple of folks didn't. The loudest voices didn't. And they went actually and campaigned against the measure even though this city acted in good faith. And that's unfortunate. So that's why when I bring this up, we're going to continue to have public meetings. It's the right thing to do. What I'm suggesting is when we make the new Measure C, let's take this directly to the voters, to the people, and put in there what they want. They're the ones paying the tax after all. No one is suggesting, see, words like inequity and closed door, they used it at the last meeting too, or what was said, one-room politics. Nobody is suggesting that. I want that on the record loud and clear. That is not what's happening. This is not about one group making a decision. This is about crafting a measure that can pass, and that means it has to be something voters will approve of. That's just reasonable, but I guess when you want to bake the cake and you want it to come out a certain way, you'll just try to keep some people out of the room, and that's, I think, what the other side wants to do. So regarding rural communities, this is something I'm really sensitive to because there was some talk the last meeting about the funding. No one on the record said anything about money having to be hoarded for urban Fresno. None of the mayors said that at all. There was talk about what was shovel-ready because there may have been some projects that can't go through and we're going to have to find other priorities. But I think every single person on there, including other mayors and the city representative, which was me, said, we want to be very clear. West Fresno is due. We have a lot of work to do, and we want to make sure we craft the next measure that also incorporates what they want to see so this doesn't happen again. And is that correct? Was that said, roughly?
That is a fair representation.
Okay. It's really important we talk about facts and not innuendo, because that's the kind of thing that can kill a measure. And I just want to be really, really clear. This is about the entire region, not just the city of Fresno. We're going to do what's right for our residents. But at the same time, I don't think anyone on this council, if it's fair to say, or the administration, has any desire to hoard anything. We want something. It's about regional planning, regional transportation. That's how we've been successful to build so many projects, whether it's in Selma or in Fresno or Singer or anywhere else. So don't be afraid and don't be intimidated. There's a lot of people that want to negotiate in good faith. They'll be at the table. But let's not let bullies who will have a record of negotiating and then going around and doing things and stabbing us in the back anyways, don't let them deter you. Let's take this to the voters. Let's craft a measure that puts their values into it, and I think we can pass it.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Up next, I have Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate the presentation. I've been, over the last year and a half, talking to lots of people. And to be clear, it's been over 21,000 homes. And I will tell you, they've shared a lot of concerns with me. And aside from safety, the number one issue that they complain about are their streets. And it's been for years. I've been on this council for 8 years, and people always complain about streets. And I think there's $1 billion, $1 billion in deferred maintenance in the city of Fresno. And I don't see any solution to fixing it unless it's done through Measure C. And Measure C needs to be where you're fixing the roads in the city of Fresno and in other communities because they share the same concerns. And I will tell you, short of that money being committed to fixing streets, not just building highways anymore, I'm not going to support it because people have a right to have their streets fixed. It's their tax dollars, and we're talking 20, 30, 40 years where streets get ignored. So it just can't happen anymore. It's just that simple. If Measure C does not commit the money to fixing streets and neighborhoods, I'm going to strongly oppose it. It's just that simple for me. Because that's what the people want, and that's what the people pay for. And they paid for it for decades. And I support Measure C. I've always supported Measure C. I supported Measure C last time. And I hope to support Measure C again. But that is the only way I'm going to support it because the city of Fresno is never going to have $1 billion to fix roads. And people complain about it, and I've walked many miles of streets, and they need them fixed. The sidewalks need repair, the streets need fixed, the gutters need to be repaired, and the money simply isn't there. But it will be there through Measure C if it's passed again. And so for me, that's really where it begins and falls. I thought when Measure P got passed that really, while people certainly wanted more green space, the number one priority was not parks, but it was roads. And I was hoping that a measure like that would have passed, and we now have one that's coming up again, which is called Measure C, and it needs to be that focus. And I hope that's where it goes. I will speak strongly for that. And I hope to support Measure C. But it's a really simple formula for me. And frankly, it's a simple formula for tens of thousands of people, if not hundreds of thousands of people in the Central Valley that want their streets repaired. And the only way I think that's going to happen is through a Measure C. So that's it. Congratulations on your appointments. And I hope that we see this to be successful and that it meets the needs of the people who are paying for it, who are funding it, and not just a group of special interests that want their pet projects done, but frankly, the needs of the people who are paying for it, their needs are met. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have Councilmember Arias punched up.
If I may just echo Councilmember Butterfield, it's not too often we agree, but on this one we do. In this sense that the number one item that has been asked of me as a council member is to fix existing roadways. Nobody's asking me to build a new interchange, not one resident. It may be what the trucking companies want and industry want, maybe what Amazon wants, but not one resident has said we need a new interchange. They have said we need to fix a safety, situation that we created on 99 and Shaw that we're all aware of, right? But never has said extend 180 further, add another interchange to North American. No one has asked for that. And what I struggle with explaining to them that the vast majority of our residential streets depend on the general fund. As a city, either we pay the police and fire department or we fix an existing roadway that depends on the general fund. And we've never made that choice because public safety is a significant priority for us. So I'm not gonna be in a position to support a measure that doesn't significantly go towards existing roadways in an urban scenario that fixes the whole roadway. We're not building roads for cows in Fresno. We need curbs, gutters, sidewalks, and pedestrian lighting, crosswalks, and bike lanes. That's not what Buddy Mendez may want or need in his area, but we need to have that ability, and that has to be in writing, that the city can do that with its allocation, because existing roadway is what people have clearly indicated they need and want. So anything short of that, you will have my opposition, not just my no vote.
Thank you, Councilmember. And my constituents are asking for an improved interchange, and that is the one at 99 and Shaw. So I will be looking at that project to continue to be a Tier 1 project in the next Measure C. With that, gentlemen, thank you very much for being here and taking the time out of your busy schedules to give us the latest and greatest, and we look forward to working with you moving forward.
Thank you very much. And if I may, just in closing, thank you for having us. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the discussion and the input, and just to know that we will be back. You know, this is the first of what we hope to be many visits, early engagement, robust conversation, and we will be seeing you and your constituents quite a bit over the next couple of years. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Up next, we have unscheduled communication. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak? Please go ahead and come up at this time. All right, we are now going to transition back into closed session. We will end the open session portion of the meeting and transition now into closed session. Thank you very much.